we should be good. Cool. Okay, we have a whole lot to get done today. So, let's get to work. So, there's a really cool website that my friend showed me called Notion. And it makes it really easy to make like to-do lists or just like any sort of, it's like a text editor, but with a whole lot of fancy features. So the idea here is I have this to-do list of things I'd like to get done, and we're gonna get as many of these things done today as I possibly can. So first things first, I want to double check that the speeding up of the player is working on the map, because when I play test it, it feels like you're not speeding up, and then the speed just gets applied at the end, and I want to see if there's a bug that's causing that. So I'm going to go ahead and play test this, and the best way to test this is going to be to change the amount that it speeds the player up and see if it's actually doing it in real time or if it's doing it at the end of the loop. So speed increment, I'm gonna change that to 5 instead of 0.2, and then let's test it. Oh, I also need to change the amount of segments before the speed up segment because this takes too long to test. I'll do that after this. I'm not too worried about it. The next one after this one should probably be the speed up segment. It's random. There's a random amount. Nope. Each zone is a random length of between a certain number and a certain number. All right, here we go. Let's see if it actually speeds up. Yeah, it does look like it's speeding up while it's going through. It just looks like it speeds up more at the end, you know? All right, let me change some stuff on the map generator. Until zone range, we'll just do 1-1. Note that it was 3-7, so I need to remember that or else I am screwed. So now it should go through one little segment and then it should be the speed up. If I'm even using those values in the script. I've rewritten the script so many times it doesn't... Might be using different values. Nope. Oh, God damn it. You got to be kidding me. I must have just hard-coded it for the current iteration of the map generator. Let's watch. Looks like it is getting faster. It just gets significantly faster at the end. What's up with that? What's going on there? Here, let's set the speed increment to 20 and see what happens. Oh wait, I need to not hard code that. Might be. So where is it saying the amount of zones? So current zone until next zone. Where do we set that? Are those just hard coded? I need to... Here, let me see. Let me find any references for these. Find references. God, if these tools weren't available in Unreal... Okay, set current zone count. How many segments next zone is? Until next zone, high, low. So by default, it's 3. Oh, we don't. We don't check before this. We just have an arbitrary amount for the first one. I'm just gonna set this to 1. And we'll see what happens. So now when he rounds the corner, it should be... No? What the hell? What is going on, man? It would help if I understood how I wrote my own program. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I set it to 20. He's definitely speeding up, but then he goes significantly faster at the end. What's up with that? There's got to be a bug in here somewhere. So the speed up, the takeaway here is the speed up does work, but there's still something wrong with it. Let's see if that theory is correct. Let me set the speed increment to like 5. And then we'll watch the what's up, banana? Then we'll watch the speed. What's being set here? So we're setting the speed multiplier on tick. Yeah, that would be a good one to watch because this should go up by 5 and not change. So let me select our pawn. We're watching this right here. Oh, we're watching the speed multiplier. Okay, so watching speed multiplier. I should go up by 5, which it does. Whoa, 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 wait. Oh, no. Okay, he's going through another one of these segments. I was gonna say, why is it all the way up at 8 now? Let me try this again. Just want to know why it feels like he's speeding up so much at the end of the segment. Okay, so he's in the segment. Interesting. Wait a second, there was something weird happening there. Right when he... Let me see something. So the spline, so when he gets past here is when it should stop doing stuff. What's up, Puru? Gonna be sick once it's done. Just look at the player preview. I hope it's fun. Okay, so this should stop at about 6.5 when he rounds the corner. Not quite. But I did notice something interesting. I'm trying to fix a bug right now. So the speed multiplier on tick, let's watch that for a second. Because there's something wrong with that. Oh wait, never mind, that's correct. Because whenever it hits a new segment, it has to change that because it's divided by the amount of pieces there are. So he gets to the new segment, that's correct. That is definitely correct. Alright, so then he rounds the corner. Should be close to the 6.5, that's correct. Why does it feel like it's speeding up so much at the end though? That's the question. It's definitely speeding up linear. Or exponential. Is it exponential? Now he's going a whole lot faster. The player will never get that fast. That will literally break the game. Did I try it myself in VR? Yeah, I've tried it multiple times. Yes, sir. Okay. I'm just gonna assume that it's working for now and set this back to like 0.25. That seems like a pretty good number. And then go back to my map generator and set that to 3 again. Cool, so I guess it works. I might need to change the way it feels later. Maybe change the script on how it does that, but for now, let's go ahead and make a new category for today, which is the 28th. How's my day, by the way? I woke up and now I'm doing this, so pretty uneventful so far. So the next thing I want to do is make some start text that goes around the start button. So y'all don't see it because I have it hard-coded to automatically press the start button right now, just for testing purposes, since you have to punch it to start the game. But there is a start button right here, and when you press it, it goes away and pops out some particles. But I'm gonna put some start text around that. So that's on the list of things to do. So let's work on that. So I'm going to go to File, Open. We want to work, or maybe just what model am I using for that in Unreal? Because it's been a minute since I've touched this. The start button especially. So we're just using the energy capsule model. Yeah. And do we have that? We have it scaled up to 1.5. So anyway, back in Blender, going to find that. It's somewhere around here. Enemies, obstacles. Maybe I didn't put it. Power-ups, energy capsule, is that it? Yep, that is it. Cool. So we just want to use this for scale reference for our start text. Trying to figure out what I'm doing. I'm just working on my game. So I'm going to create a new Blender document. File, import, or append. Oh shit, what was that one called within the file? Oh, Chillin's here. Good morning. How you doing, man? Why is this taking so long to open? Holy crap. Hello? Let's see what this is called. Sphere 2. I need to get better at naming things. No, not STL. We just want to append Sphere 2 from assets, power-ups, energy capsule, object, Sphere 2. Chat have delay than the chat that is shown on my screen, or is it just your net? For some reason, that chat updates faster than the real chat on YouTube, which is weird to me. That should be longer. What game am I making? It's a VR game. I'll show you. I released it on Steam Early Access back at the end of 2016, and now I'm finishing it up. So a game where you punch shit. So I'm working on the third game mode right now. So there will be 3 total when I release it out of early access. I got kind of burnt out on it and then had the heart surgery and got caught up streaming. So that's why I never really finished it. If you had a VR, you would play it right now. It's not done yet. I've still got to re-optimize and stuff for the newer engine version. There's a lot of cool new features I can use to make this better. What's up, Cash? Okay, so we want to take this, scale it up by 1.5, and then put some start text around it. Because this is the start button. So we're going to use our font. Same font I use everywhere in this game. Documents. Which I actually, this is part of the Adobe fonts, but I also paid for this font so I could get the actual download file. Fonts ain't cheap, yo. Okay. We're just gonna say start. I don't know, I think all caps fits the theme of the game better. And I just want this to sort of curve around. So let's see if we center this. Does that look centered? I can't tell. Let's, here, this will help me center this. Yeah, I guess that is centered. Isn't this the font I use in my vids? Some of them. I just really like this font, or I used to really like this font. Now it's kind of, feels kind of loud. But anyway, let's go ahead. We can change the resolution of this down a good bit. No reason to have that many polygons. Nobody's ever going to notice the difference. Maybe like 5 for resolution. We can always de-res it or up-res it more later. So then we want to take the text object and convert it to a mesh. And here is where we're going to do some retopo before we extrude it. Normally, you can just extrude it from the text menu, but if you're making this for a game, you want to clean it up first. Because the triangulation that it does by default is not super great. Oh, this one we can... If there's a hole in it, you have to have divisions. If there's not a hole in it, you can just make the whole thing a face until you fix it. So the goal here is to further get rid of unnecessary vertices, just because I want to optimize this as much as I possibly can so I have less work to do when I port this over to Quest later. So like any vertices that don't really impact the shape that much, we can get rid of. So like this, nobody's going to notice if that's not curved a little bit. We can just make it perfectly straight, and that saves us a whole lot of polygons. This, completely unnecessary. Same thing right here. Same thing here. This is a straight line as far as I'm concerned. And then we're going to triangulate this and extrude it to make it 3D, and then we'll texture it. So we'll texture it using the same techniques we used for the speed up text for consistency. If you reduce the vertices, it helps in performance. Yeah, I mean, like, so this wouldn't really matter that much if I'm being 100% honest. It's just, it adds up. Having vertices and faces you don't need, it adds up for game performance. And on PC, it doesn't really matter because people have these bulky PC graphics cards. But I eventually want to release this on the Oculus Quest, which is basically like a smartphone processor. So that supports up to, I think the current like maximums, like it can only support like 300,000 triangles at a time on screen. So every little bit adds up to that. And I'd rather spend my poly budget on more important things like map pieces than on some text, especially since the text doesn't matter that much. It's important to have the text there, like so they know to hit the button to start, but other than that, it doesn't have to be super fancy. So to me, I think most of those are pretty necessary. We can always reduce it more later if we need to. Not everyone has GPUs, that's true, but not at... You're not going to have a VR headset on your PC if you don't have a GPU. Okay, so now we want to triangulate this stuff. For the T, we could... Honestly? Yeah, we could just do this. I was gonna subdivide it more, but that's unnecessary. Here we can do this. And quads are totally fine, because the game engine triangulates it when you bring it in. So I like to manually triangulate sometimes just because it's you get the results you want rather than the results it gives you. But this one's a little bit tricky here. So we are going to subdivide this one to make it clean. Because we're going to need this to bevel cleanly in a bit. Okay, so now we can slide this over. This is all just a puzzle at this point, figuring out what works best. This one we can probably just triangulate here, and then we can go ahead and manually just use the triangulate hotkey. Then tries to quads, just to quad anything we can. And this one, yeah. Same thing we did for the other T. Speed at which I make these. I just know all the hotkeys. I'm used to doing this shit. Okay, so I want this to curve around the button, but I think I'm gonna do that in the animation phase rather than in the modeling phase. We'll do that with an armature. That way I can animate the text and have the letters spin every once in a while just to add some life to it. So I'm gonna go ahead and move. Oh, that is not what I wanted. I want to move you down, move you back to the center here, and now we're gonna go ahead and extrude this. Maybe about that much seems pretty good. Center it. Ooh, if we want to, it's probably, honestly, I hadn't thought about this before until right now. But if we want to perfectly center it, we could just do a solidify modifier instead and set the offset to 0. Now it'll extrude in and out. So maybe something like that I think looks pretty cool. Maybe a little bit less thick. If it's too thick, it gets in the territory of not being super readable. I think somewhere around there is pretty good. Yeah, I think 0.27 is good. So then we'll apply the solidify modifier, set this to auto smooth, and we'll shade it smooth. Looks good. Now we got to unwrap this so that we can texture it. So I'm going to, so we'll texture it and then we'll rig it and animate it. What's the object below supposed to be? It's like a little energy capsule thing. You collect them in the game. They're just like a little power up, kind of like a sci-fi coin, more or less. Cool. Okay, so yeah, so if we look at that in game, looks like this. This is the high poly version that I use as the start button because it's bigger and up more in the player's face, and then this is the low poly where all of the data is baked to it, but there's like no polygons because these are tiny and the player's just collecting them. But the start button looks dope as shit. Okay, so literally make the stuff that takes, yeah, I've been doing this for like over 13 years, so I should be making stuff fast. Okay, so we need to unwrap this, which is super easy for text. We just need to go to the UV editor, and all we have to do is cut seams, or wherever it's sharp, pretty much. And there's a really cool tool for this. For pick shortest path, instead of just selecting, you can have it tag the seam. So now if you do this where it picks the shortest path between where you're clicking, it'll automatically cut the things. But an even faster way to do this, 13 years, that's your age. I'm old, man. Even faster way to do this, to get the edges we really want, is to just select a couple faces, say select similar coplanar, and it'll select everything facing the same direction. I learned this trick recently, actually. Then just deselect the interior edges, and this is so much faster than manually selecting the edges that we want to unwrap. Sometimes deselecting is faster than selecting. That's an important takeaway here. So I'm gonna deselect all these, hit Control E, mark seam, and we've already cut out the front of the text. Now we gotta cut out the back. So we're gonna do the exact same thing we just did. select coplanar, deselect all of the edges. Like so. This is like speed mode for unwrapping. I just deselected some things I didn't want to deselect. That's what you get for going too fast. Sometimes you gotta slow down. Hit Control E, mark seam, unwrap. And we want this to be conformal. So now we get like the nice letter unwraps, but now we need to cut these so they strip out. So I'm gonna cut on the corners where it's unlikely for people to notice. And I also like to have this set up, and there's another option here, live unwrap. So every time you cut a seam, it'll automatically unwrap the object. So I'm just gonna do corners again because nobody ever notices those. Like if you have a seam on a corner, who cares? Because it's already a corner. This one we can do like here and here. This one we can do like here and here. And we're downloading like a DLC for UV unwrapping. I have a tool for it for packing the islands. Okay, so we unwrap, and then I have this tool called UV Packmaster 2. Hit pack, and it'll automatically find the best packing job. I like to use the heuristic option though, which searches for the best possible pack for a certain amount of seconds. I'll give it 5 seconds to find a better pack. So it'll just try all these different options and pick the best one. Of course, one of our islands is busted. Let me see which one that is. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Also need to make sure nothing is sharp that's not supposed to be. Okay, so now unwrap, pack. It'll take 5 seconds to find the best layout. Looks like that's the best one. Cool, so now I just export this and import it into Substance Painter. So this is going to be, dude, my God, I am so disorganized for this game project. If I start another game after this, it's gonna be so much more organized. I just kind of know where things are because I remembered where they are. I'll just call this start button, and I'll just put this directly here. Oh shit, I didn't put it under the folder. Oh god, now I have 2 copies of the file. That's gonna be gross. Anyway, file, export, FBX. I like FBX. Apparently Alembic is a good option now too, but I just know the workflow for FBX more than I do something like Alembic. I've never used Alembic before. That's relatively recent that they added that. So do face. So these are the export options for FBX that work well. Only want to do selected objects, just the mesh. Z is up because, oh, Z up, sorry. And smoothing group face seems to work well. So just call this start button underscore substance, because we're going to re-export with an armature later after we animate it. So then we're going to go to Substance Painter. And while that's booting, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hey, I forgot I have the 2 cameras set up so you can see me walking by both times. You'll go back and watch all my Blender streams because I'm teaching you so much right now. Cool. I'm glad I'm teaching you. That's kind of the point. So we also need to make a high poly version of this start button that's beveled because I want the edges to be beveled like the other text. I'll show you what I mean. So if I go to, oh, I haven't imported that into Substance yet. Speed up animation in that case. So you see how the text has these sharp edges, but then when it's rendered, looks like it has rounded corners. You can do that by baking a texture map, baking a normal map from a high poly one. Yeah, I have 2 cameras set up so people can see me testing. So if I like turn off all the colors and stuff, like unplug all this shit. Notice how the corners look rounded? That's on purpose. Because I just like the way it looks. It makes it catch the light a little more interestingly. But you don't want to add the extra polygons for that. So the edges are actually sharp. It's just the normal map that makes it look round. And you can make a high poly version of your model and export that as well. And then in Substance Painter, you can bake it from the high poly version to the low poly version. You can also do that in Blender, but it seems to me like Substance Painter does a much better job. So anyway, I'm going to duplicate this text, going to give it a bevel modifier, change the amount. We don't want it to be super much. We literally just want we just want it to catch the light in a more interesting way. Maybe like 0.0075 seems pretty good. And then set the amount of segments up like so. We can do as many as we want because this isn't going to be the final model. Now that I see it rounded, I'm going to increase the amount a little bit. Maybe something like that. Looks cool. No, now just notice how it catches the light more interestingly than if it has perfectly sharp corners. It's just a nice little touch. They do that a lot in VFX to make things seem more realistic because there's no such thing as a perfectly sharp edge in real life. Everything is dulled to some extent. So then we want to tag all of the edges as sharp. And that's for a good reason. Just trust me on this one. All the sharp edges anyway. I wonder if there's like a select sharp. Select similar. Okay, so we're gonna select this guy and say select similar based on sharpness and lower the threshold. Nah. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. We're gonna have to manually do this. So I'm just gonna deselect all the edges that aren't sharp. We just want to mark the corners as sharp is all it's coming down to. Catch up with you sometime later. Have a good night, dude. I guess it's late for you. It's only 12 in the afternoon for me. Okay, I want to go to edge select mode when we're doing this. Whoops. And the rest of... Okay, so we'll do this one letter at a time just for simplicity's sake. Some things are time consuming. There are some things where you can't find shortcuts. This is one of those things. So marking the sharpness just prevents it. I'll show you the difference here. It's really subtle. But you'll notice beforehand, it looks kind of like the top is rounded a little bit. Launch pads and bounce pads are back. And the Rift to go. Wow. So this just makes sure that everything that's flat is actually flat. Although, I don't know if it matters that much. Is it really that much of a difference? Maybe just do it on the important stuff. Profile, geometry. Honestly, this looks fine. I don't think I need to do the extra work. I'm just gonna increase this a little bit more, I think, so it's more visible. Nah, maybe like 0.011. That looks pretty good. So I'll do file, export, FBX, same settings, but this is gonna be underscore high poly. So now under Painter, we do file new, we select our start button text, hit OK, go to texture set settings, we're going to bake mesh maps, and we need to add our high poly mesh. And we're gonna set this to 2048 and bake selected textures. Should look good. And just like that, now our text looks like it has the rounded corners when it really doesn't. Magic. Absolute magic. Except that looks a little bit too sharp to me. I think we're gonna add one more subdivision there. And then we'll re-unwrap it. Sometimes this is a back and forth. Just round this out a bit more so it doesn't feel so polygonal. There, that should look a little bit better. Unwrap that, repack it. Looks good to me. Turn off the modifiers, file, export. Nope, not STL, my bad. Export FBX, change that there. Then turn all these on, file, export, FBX. Nice. So now, edit, project configuration, we're gonna select the new one. That should make it look a little bit better. You're gonna notice that looks pretty fucked up. That's because we need to rebake this. And now all should be right with the world. Cool. Looks good. That looks a lot nicer than it did. It looked too sharp on that curve for my personal preferences. So then we're going to use on the sides, we're going to use the steel gun mat that we've been using. Add a black mask. Actually, let's add a white mask, sorry. It'll be easier to deselect than select for this. And then just deselect the front of the text. We don't really care about the back or sides. Cool. And then for the front, we're gonna use the same thing I've been using as a base, which is the machinery. Add a black mask for that. And then turn it on for the front. And obviously that rust is way too strong, so we're gonna tone that down a whole bunch. Just change the balance, just to get a little bit of rusted detail in here. We don't need anything fancy. Just to say, hey, this has a little bit of wear and tear on it. Nice. We can change with we can mess with the contrast and the texture scales as well. Thickness. Thick. Thick boy. Okay, so if we want to change the size of the textures, I think we can. Attributes? I never go this deep into the settings to really mess with it. Oh, we can, this is toning it down some though. Nice. We do want it to be subtle. I think that looks pretty good. What color do I want the start button to be? Maybe we set this to what, like a dark gray? And then let the color be defined by an emission map. I'm thinking we could animate like an emission map using a panner. I don't know. I need to think about it for a second. Dating app just told me my daily pics are ready. Everybody on these dating apps says they love hiking. There is no way in hell people actually like hiking this much. Holy. I don't think anybody like actually likes hiking. They just think other people like hiking, so they put that they like hiking, but nobody actually likes it. There's no way that people actually find hiking fun. You're walking up a hill. That's not fun. There's nothing fun about that. Not even one thing is fun about that. Okay, so let's think about this. First of all, we're going to make this a lot darker because we want this to be defined by the emission map. And we're going to get rid of a lot of the saturation. Something like that, maybe. Okay, so then we're going to add emission to our channels because that's not one of the default ones. And here, I'm going to add a fill layer. Set that to emissive. And let's figure out what color we want. Green is always pretty good for start. I think yellow fits the theme of the game mode better though. Okay, so then we're going to add a black mask to that. Gonna select just the letter faces, and then we're gonna do some voodoo here. We're gonna add a filter, bevel. That'll bevel this in. Change the smoothing on that. That's looking pretty cool. So the look I'm going for is like maybe there's like a light inside of it and it's sort of emitting out to the text. There's not enough people here for me to need to show the chat. I think it's more important that I show the whole screen than showing the YouTube chat. If we get more people, I'll display the chat again, but at the moment, I feel like the rest of the screen is more important. So let's brighten this up just a little bit. Ooh, maybe, actually I think more dark and rely more on the emission map. And then for the rust, we need to set that to affect emission as well, so that the rust doesn't get overpowered by the emission. I think this is looking pretty cool. Maybe make it bevel less though. Get more light in there. We just want the corners to make, we just want to kind of make it look like the corners aren't getting as much light. So it looks like it's diffusing through from like lights inside of it. I think that looks pretty cool. Let me make this a little more orange. Something like that looks pretty cool, I think. Alright, so now we can export these textures. And we can always change this later. That's the beautiful thing about saving a document. Always save your progress, yo. So I'm going to go to the start button and we'll call this start text substance. And then we can do file, export textures, and we want to export these for Unreal, not for Blender. I have export options for both. We also need to name the material before we export it. So this will be start text. File, export textures, go to Unreal Engine. Actually, I wanna, I wanna give myself the option to do like a panning gradient on these letters. So I think think we're gonna re-unwrap this. There are some options I can do to make sure that, so I want to have the option to make this a panning gradient, so we need these all to line up. So I'm going to unwrap these from view. View, project from view. And then we can turn on UV view? Where the hell is the options to show like stretch and stuff in the latest version of Blender? Image, view. It's gotta be under view, right? Area. All right, let's see. Annotations. It used to be like right over here. They have changed. Oh, here we go. I see. Okay, so display stretch, and we want to display stretch for the area of the object. Which means these are too small. This tells you if your islands are averaged out in size or not. Okay, so we want these to stay together. So if we decide to do like a panning gradient texture, it'll match up. And I really think it might look cool if we did that. Okay. So we're going to put this right here. We're going to add these. There's some really cool tools in the unpacker, or in the packmaster. So we can do island lock groups, and it'll lock these islands together. So I'm going to assign these islands to a lock group, which means that they'll stay together when it packs them. And then we will turn off rotation for face. Actually, no, rotation's fine. Just as long as these stay together. Nice. Okay, so now all these faces are together. So if we add like a panning gradient, I'm gonna rotate the whole thing 90 degrees though. So now if we add like a panning gradient to the texture or something to make the start button rainbow, like super gamer mode, you know, then the gradient will match up between the letters, which is what we want. This is worth the extra effort, I believe. I think we should be good in terms of these all fitting within the image. Okay, so now we're gonna re-export this. Export FBX. Start button. We don't have to redo any of this texturing work because it should save most of that for us. Edit. Project configuration. Select. We are gonna have to rebake. So texture set settings, bake mesh maps. Same one. Should work fine. Cool. Okay. There is some weird. Let's see if that is just stuff being applied. Yeah. Okay, we're fine. We are totally fine. So we just have to reassign these textures. So machinery and steel painted. Oh wow, what is going on with the S there? There's some weird shenanigans happening. Oh wait a second. Whoa, okay, why is this? Oh shit. I see what happened. I exported the low poly with the bevel. We do not want that. Edit, project configuration. Okay. Hopefully this will be the last time we have to do this. Hit okay. Dope. Looks good to me. Still catches the light, but it's not a billion polygons. So now all of this should be correct, more or less. And we're back in business. Save that. And I'll show you what I mean for the emission map when we get there. Give me a second, I'm reorganizing some browser tabs. Okay, so that's looking pretty cool. Let me just do file, export textures. We want to, oh damn it, the material got renamed again. Start text, save, file, export textures. I swear I click export textures like 10 times more than I actually export textures. Editing drive, documents, game design, punch bomb. Where did I put this? Put it under maps, descend, start button, and we'll just say start button textures. And we can always change that too. So Unreal Engine, output templates. For some reason, it never saves when I update this. So I'm just gonna, we just want it to be texture sets underscore, not mesh texture set underscore, because that just makes way too long file names. So now this should be start text. Yep, that looks correct. So we hit export. And then one final thing we want to do is export the mask. So if we look at the mask for the emission, it looks like this. And that's pretty cool. So you can just right click it and say export mask to file. And for this one, we can just say start button underscore mask dot png. And now rather than using the emission that we get from the document, we can make our own emission and use this as a mask. So let's hop back over here. Let's make a material for this. Let's go ahead and add some lighting. Environment texture. I like the skylight garage, that's a good one. And then we can add an area light too. And this is all just for viewport, just to see what it looks like in the viewport. We don't really care about this long term since this is all going to be in the engine. So we're going to, oh, I think there was already a light here. So what is this? Oh, that's right. Okay. Oh, whoa. I rotated that the wrong direction. So this is about what it's looking like. So let's just import our textures, Shift F3, multiple times to get to our texture editor. Add a new material, call this start text matte. I'm hitting export again just so I can get to the open output directory. Oh, how entitled I am. So we can grab our base color, plug that into the base color. Looks good. We can duplicate that and grab our normal map. Make sure this is not set to RGB, it's non-color. Vector, normal map, pluggy, pluggy, pluggy. Oh, I have the other one. Still exists. Looking good. So now we need our roughness map, which is all compacted into one. I explained this last stream, but the occlusion, roughness, and metallic maps are all part of the same texture because they're black and white, so you can just shove one on each RGB channel. Make sure this is non-color. We go to converter, separate RGB. So red is occlusion, which does not apply in Blender. I don't think there's an occlusion channel here. We can always multiply it in if we really want to, but we have screen space reflections and occlusion just through the EV render. We don't need that here. So then, let me also make the film transparent so we don't see the backdrop. Actually, I'm going to set this to our camera view and this to our material editor. And hide all this shenanigans. Alright, so now we can see what it looks like rendered from the camera view. Okay, so now, what I was talking about for making an animated thing, just trust me on this, it's gonna be cool. Where was I? Shift F3 a few times to get to the material editor. We need our occlusion. Roughness is the green channel, so plug that in. And then metallic is the blue channel. So now we just need our emission, which for that, I want to see what it looks like rainbow. Okay, judge me. We're gonna add a different image texture that I was using on my glowy tube. So we're gonna go to descend, pieces individual, transitions, transition 2, or maybe it's just gonna be under, I think it's just gonna be under textures. Grab my rainbow texture, and we'll say, we'll also grab our mask, multiply these two together. So multiplying in these color overlays, you can picture it just like regular math. So multiply keeps the blacks around, but if you picture pixel math, it makes a whole lot of sense why it does that. So black is 0, white is 1. So multiply together, 1 times whatever color is the color, 1 times whatever number is that number. 0 times whatever number is 0, which is black. So that's why multiply works the way it does. So we're gonna plug this into emission. Set the multiply to 100. Hell yeah. We can also up the emission strength. Dope. And then we can animate this, input texture coordinates. Vector mapping. We can rotate this by like 45 degrees. And then if we animate the X value, maybe bring up a graph editor here. This might be a little bit too much. Oh, I think we want to go the other direction. So that's what I was picturing being able to do. We can add some sort of animated light gradient here. We can also say channel extrapolation mode linear, so it goes on forever. That's sort of what I was picturing though. Maybe we'll make it like a 1 color gradient so it gets lighter and darker. But that was the idea behind making a mask rather than regular colors. Now we can add any sort of texture we want here. How cool is that? So anyway, let's get to animating the text. I want it to be curved around the button, but I also want it to... Ooh. I have to re-unwrap and retexture this once it's curved. Let's see how it looks. So anyway, let's add an armature. This is going to be the root, and we'll put this on a different layer after we have all of our letter bones. We just want to try to center this on each of the letters. Just get close. It doesn't really matter. Matters a little bit. So this will be 001 underscore S, 002 T, We need an A. Again, we just want to try to center this to the best of our ability. Doesn't have to be perfect. 003A. The reason I'm doing an armature rather than just animating objects is because of how animation works in Unreal. As far as my knowledge goes, I don't think you can import mesh animations into Unreal, but I could be wrong. I don't really care to learn if I'm wrong or not, because this is easy enough to do. And then we'll call this one root. And then finally, if we're going to import this into Unreal, the name of the skeleton cannot be armature. If the name of the skeleton is just armature, then it will import into Unreal at a microscopic scale. It's a bug that has never been fixed. So we want all of these to be children of root. The whole reason we have a root is because of Unreal requirements. It requires you to have one base bone for your entire armature. And then we need to parent. So I'm going to go ahead and put this on a different layer so we can't see it. Then we're going to take our start text, parent it with empty groups. And now is the fun part. We're going to apply the vertices to their respective groups. And just like that, now each of these bones controls a letter. So now we can move this up. And we can sort of make the text fit to it just a little bit. This is going to take some finagling. And we'll make a couple animations here. One, where the letters will just like rotate every so often. Not randomly. We'll just make it long enough that it'll seem that way. Maybe curved isn't the right play. Feels kind of bad. Maybe it's curved too much. Or maybe I'm making this too big. I feel like the spacing of these feels odd when it's curved this much. I guess is a problem with curved text in general. It's just this font is so angular. Maybe something like that. I think this would look better with lowercase. I guess this would have been better to figure out before I textured it, huh? Man, I need to stay off Facebook and Twitter. Shit makes me depressed. Ooh. Because, okay, the button's not that big. I just don't want the text to be too small, but I don't want it to be too big either. I also just, like... Dude, you know how... God damn, Oh, wow, okay. You know how, like, the more you stare at a word, the weirder it looks? That's where I am right now with this. Like, this doesn't even look like a word to me. Oh well, let's just animate this and call it a day. Jesus Christ. The hangnail. Let's see. Trying to picture what I want this to look like. I think a little bit bigger. Okay, now let's animate. So we need this to be at 90 frames per second because that's the minimum for VR. Not that it really matters because it'll interpolate automatically if we do at a different frame FPS, but I don't know, it's just nice to work at the base for what most people are going to be running at. I'm gonna hit insert location rotation scale. And I don't know how many frames to do for this. I'm just gonna make this like a super subtle kind of animation. That's really fast. Okay, so let's make this like half a second. And go to 60. That's still too, let's just, oh, half a second would be like 45, wouldn't it? Wow, I can't do math, huh? Because we're not at 60 frames per second, we're at 90. Okay, so now we're gonna try to offset these, which means we need to bring up our dope sheet. Shift F12? Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, and to offset this, just offset it by like 5 frames for each, I think, as a base, and then we can modify it. Overlapping action is a really easy way to make your animation feel a whole lot more interesting. So now it looks like sort of a wave thing. I think maybe even 5 more. Just make it a super slow wave. And then only have this happen every so often. So maybe wait like half a second. Ooh, maybe. God, I wonder if there's a way to have it like loop seamlessly. Then I know in Unreal, you can like blend animations. So we could have like letters rotating. Let's try like a base animation, then we'll try one animation of each letter rotating. So this is under the action editor. We'll call this start button wave. We're gonna try to blend a few different animations. I think we can blend just the rotation channel. This will be an interesting exercise in skeletal meshes. I do want this to wave seamlessly though, and I think I also want this to take a little bit longer. GX5. GX5. Make it feel a little bit more subtle. Maybe even 5 more. My friend just tweeted out that he is now working on Metroid Prime 4. That's pretty dope. I'm gonna send him some congratulations. So, we've got this sort of waving, but I want it to be like a seamless loop. So, as soon as the S gets to the top, I want it to be starting again. So figuring out how to get that to loop seamlessly with all of the letters, that's going to be a challenge. So anyway, let's go ahead and go to the graph editor, and we're going to select all of this and say channel extrapolation mode makes cyclic. So something like that is what I was picturing, but I have to figure out how to make it loop seamlessly. Which means, so let's look just at the S. Which means we need to make the animation. So let's make the absolute peak and then extend the animation to the absolute peak again, which looks like frame 328. And let's see. Yo, we got a perfect loop. Look at that. I'll take it. Although I think we can shorten this some. I think we can go to frame 219. And I think it'll still loop properly. Yeah, looks like it works. I still think it might be a little bit fast though, you know? I'm gonna increase it by 20 frames, which means that we're gonna need to extend this again. Maybe 249. Then what I'm thinking is make the overlap a little bit more significant too. Maybe not. Maybe. Maybe even more significant? Go all fucking out, man? Is that... I can't tell if it's looping seamlessly or not, though. I'm gonna close one eye and just look at this. See if there's an obvious jump when it ends. Nope, can't tell when it's beginning or ending, which is good. It's a perfect loop. Something is just taking not long enough. I can't tell at this point. 90 frames per second is a tough one. I want it to be really subtle. Getting there. Maybe like... Let me get this looping properly. Oh shit, that's why. Oh man. Whoops. Okay. I hadn't changed the S. I was changing everything except for the S. That's feels really stupid, man. So now this should feel correct. And now I just have to make it loop, which is gonna be maybe frame like 384. Yeah, that feels pretty cool. Now that it's... Wait, is that... That is not seamlessly looping though. Oh, shit. So where's the S? Is this curve? Start there, maybe? And then end at 439. Should be close. Now it loops. Cool. So that loops seamlessly. That's what we want. Then we're gonna make a new action. Call this one S rotate. We're gonna make a animation for each letter rotating so that we can add these together in Unreal and have it randomly rotate each of the letters in a random order using game logic. Like a badass. You boy. Oh man. So for this animation, we're going to want to get rid of the cyclical nature of this. and then delete the animation. And this is just gonna be I think we can change the frame range for these in Unreal. Oh, let me. Alright, so we're under the S rotate action. We're gonna say insert location rotation scale. And let's see how long we want this to take or rotate. Maybe like half a second. Oh shit, these are set to quaternion. You gotta be kidding me. Here, let's we're gonna go back to the start button. Clear these keyframes for each of these. We're gonna set these to YZX. So that's the order I would prefer for these. YZX, 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 YZX. Okay, cool. So now, I'm gonna go through and reinsert rotation keyframes, just so those exist. And channel, I guess that doesn't really matter if those are cyclic or not, because it's not changing. So I don't know if baking this animation down is going to include first and last frames, or if it's going to completely fuck everything up in Unreal. We'll find out, I guess, when we import it. If it is, I'll have to manually create these frames, the cyclic frames. Okay, anyway. Let's see. So now we want to create the individual rotations. Insert location scale. And take you. Here, we want the Y to be 360. That's really fast. So maybe like 2 seconds. That might be way too long. That's way too long. Maybe like 120 frames. Compromise. And I think we can change the interpolation of this a whole lot. Maybe easing them out a lot more. Why are these quaternions still here? What is the frick, man? Oh, I deleted that shit. Anyway, okay, so we only care about the rotation channel. Just make it ease in and out some more. Looks a bit fancier that way. So we'll do the same thing for the T and the A and the R and the T, and then we'll try to import it into Unreal. Dope sheet. Action editor. So now, wait, why is this offset? Oh, and then we need one animation of the text just like getting sucked into the sphere. That'll be when you hit the button, the text will suck into it and it'll look really cool. I don't know why I'm putting so much effort into a start button. It's just like the nice little touches, you know? Make things feel polished. I guess polish doesn't matter if the game is trash, but I think it'll be pretty fun. Cool. Okay, so let's repeat this, but for each individual letter. So duplicate this and call this T rotate. T underscore 002 rotate. This is going to be S underscore 001. That way we know which letter it is, because we have two T's is the reason I want to do this. So this one, we'll go to 120 and we'll rotate the T 360 degrees, and we will delete the S keyframe. Oh shit. No, bad. Alright, so the problem here is I was doing it on the S rotate. I want to do this on the T rotate. So now T, rotate 360 degrees. Oh, plus 360 degrees. Why is the Y rotated at all? That's odd. Well, you know what? I'm not about to question it. So then we go back to the graph editor, make the easing a bit more. Dude, I wish it would select the one channel that actually has anything on it, you know? That'd be neat. Cool, okay, so then we can take the A and we'll do the A channel next. So we have T rotate, duplicate it, and call this one A3. And then the T, delete that, insert location, rotation, scale. Go back to the graph editor. Make it ease in and out more. Looks cool. I gotta do the R. Duplicate R004. Rotate. I want to protect all of these from so this little shield, so if an action is not being used in a Blender file, it'll get deleted when you reopen the file. So you have to click the little shield to keep things that aren't currently being used. Anyway, go to our R rotate. .360. Same thing we've been doing. Scale this out some. Scale this out some. I want to just get like a really solid feeling, super polished gameplay loop, and then we can add to it after I have the basics working of everything looking cool and difficulty scaling working. And I also have to get the thing built. That's going to be a whole other thing since I've upgraded engine versions like a billion times since I started this. Okay. So now we have R. Now we just need T. T5, because there are 5 letters in the word start. Little shield. Rotate 360 degrees. Insert. U. Delete. Insert. There we go. Bam. And now I just have to ease that in and out some. Something like that. Cool. So now in practice, looks cool. Now we just need one more animation. Oh, also we need to include, this is my bad, we need to include the root at the beginning and end of the frame range for each of these animations. So I'm going to go to my armature, we'll display our root, and we'll insert keyframes for it as well. And that will define the length of the animation when it comes into Unreal, if I remember correctly. If not, then we're gonna have to figure it out. That's how life be sometimes. So we got the insert location, rotation, scale. Start button wave. This is the one that it's really gonna matter on to make this perfectly loop. We have this entire range for the animation, but only these have the keyframes. So hopefully this will work. So I'm just gonna go through and do this for, oh shit, I put that on 0 instead of 1. I need to. I think I'm fine. Okay, so now we're gonna make sure all these are protected. We're gonna duplicate this one more time, and we're gonna call this start text underscore suck. I can't think of a better name for this. We're gonna have all the letters just get sucked into the start button. So for that, that's why I needed the button reference here. We'll have it take like, let's see, I need to do some math here. We're gonna do some cross multiplication to figure out frame ranges, because when I do this at 24 frames per second, it's generally 10. So 10 over 24 frames per second is the same as x over 90 frames per second. X is gonna equal 75 over 2. What is that? 75 over 2, about 37 frames. 38 if you really want to split hairs. So we'll have this take about 37 frames. I just know that 10 frames works really well at 24 frames per second for something like this. So do the same thing for, do the exact same thing for 90 frames per second. Just, you know, anyway. Get that all positioned properly. Scale 0, insert. Get you all positioned properly. Get you all positioned properly. Get you all positioned properly. Although I don't know if Unreal will accept 0 transforms like this, so this might be problematic for us. We'll find out though. Anyway, letters get sucked in, but we want these to ease out rather and not ease in. So we want it to speed up, but not slow down at the end, like it does by default. So I'm gonna go to our graph editor, and for that, we can just select everything, say individual centers, scale those down to 0, scale these up, so it'll ease out, like so. And now we just go to our dope sheet, and we offset these. So I want these to be sort of random. There's only 5 letters, so it can't appear that random. That looks pretty good to me. If we hide this, because this is going to be scaling down at the same time, that looks pretty cool to me. Cool, I think we are good to go. Just one more thing we need to do here, and that is take our root and insert a keyframe at the frame range. The root will supply the frame range to Unreal. Cool, so with that, we'll call this 1. Oh, did I hit the new button instead of... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, so I accidentally put this under a different action. Somehow. Cool, but anyway, let's go ahead and export this. File, export FBX. This is gonna be start text. Yeah, .fbx is fine. So we want armature, mesh, geometry face, armature. Yeah, that's fine. All this looks fine to me. So start text FBX, and let's take this into Unreal and see what happens. So transport art, power-ups, and we'll just do a new folder for start text. Gonna grab our start text.fbx and we'll see what happens. Import all. This should import the animations as well. Ooh, invalid transform 0 scale caused this issue. Let's take a look at this. Oh, God, why is it doing this to me? I named the armature something else, right? Other than armature? Start text armature, yeah. Oh. I did not. I did it wrong. Well, well, well. Let it do its thing, I guess. Cool. Okay, that's been deleted. So now we can re-import that stuff. Drag it here. Import all. That was the bug I was talking about, by the way. If you don't name it something other than armature, it imports super tiny. But now, I don't know what this one is. Does this actually loop properly? Let's find out. It does. Oh, perfect. This one, oh, start text suck didn't take. Start button suck did though. No, it didn't. Oh, because of the non-zero transforms. Here, let's save this. And then we're gonna fix that and re-import it. So 0 transforms are apparently not accepted. So scale, we're gonna set this to 0.01 at the end. And then just, it should be fast enough that it doesn't matter. Where's my A? Oh, I see. Okay, so we have S, T, A, R, T. Let's re-export this. File, export, FBX, start text, go back to Unreal, and start button suck, re-import, and now that should work. I think we're going to take a little bit longer though. Just like give it like maybe 10 frames before it starts, so it has time to blend the animation. 15. Save that, go back to Unreal. Start text suck, we can delete. Start button suck, we want to re-import. Cool, and now I want to work on the material. So we're gonna go ahead and import those textures. Do we want to do the rainbow text? That's the question. How badly do I want to do that? Oh god, I don't know if I want to do rainbow, but I definitely want to do some sort of animated text just to make it feel super arcadey. But let's work on our animation script here after let's do the material first so it looks good while we're working on the animation script. So start button textures, we'll grab all of our different channels that aren't already here. We'll import those. Double click this, make sure it's not being interpreted as sRGB. Double click this. We already have the normal map imported. We just need the emission and the occlusion roughness, whatever the fuck. So occlusion, roughness, metallic, and then emission. Which this material is unlit by default. Oh, default lit. Where's my emission channel? Oh, emissive color. There we are. Oh, that was an oversight on my part. Save this. And if we look at the text now, it's looking pretty cool. Although the normals are a bit odd. Yeah, the normals are pretty odd. Did this import as a normal map? It did. Ugh. I don't know why the normals are odd then. Here, let's give it just a random material. Or let's disconnect the normal map. And save and see if that changes anything. I'm just curious. I'm curious why this is shading smooth like this when it shouldn't be. mesh, the geometry face. That's odd to me. Why are the smoothing groups not working? I'm gonna attempt split normals and see if that works. Did not. So export this is just a regular ass mesh. It'll work fine. So I guess the answer here is going to be to bake some new normals. Okay, so we're just going to turn off auto smoothing altogether. Set this back to rest position. File, export, FBX. This is one way to do it. So we're gonna save this in case this completely fucks everything up. We're gonna go to edit, project configuration, select our start button text. Oh shit. Did fuck everything up. File, export, FBX, start text, edit, project configuration. Oh shit. Substance. Start text. I have screwed this up so much. Export, FBX, just mesh, start button substance. Okay. So now the normals are fucked up as they should be. We're gonna bake the mesh maps. And this should fix it. That absolutely did not fix it. We need to export a new high poly. What is happening here? Oh, we got some bugginess. Overlapping. Let's just see if it works and then we can clean it up. Much better. So now I just need to reapply these textures properly. This one already looks correct. This one does not. Export textures. Export. Now if we re-import the normals, this should fix it. There we go. For the most part. Back is still kind of weird. Dude, it just does not want to be normal. It's better. It's not fixed. But oh, we can also re-import this. Oh, without auto smoothing. Yeah, no difference. I don't know how to fix this. We'll get to it later, I guess. Because if we import just the regular mesh without it being skeletal, it would probably work fine. It says it's importing smoothing groups, but it's not. It's fucking up. Anyway, let's work on the animation graph, just because there's no reason to dilly-dally here. So we're going to create a new anim blueprint. And this is going to be start text underscore animation. So by default, we want the wave. Looking good. And now we want to try to blend animations. So I believe blend. That didn't work. Oh, it's adding to the scale as well. Wonder if there's a way to just apply to one channel. Source bone. S rotation. World space. Phone space. I've never done this before, trying to blend multiple animations like this, so this is an interesting exercise for me. It is not working. Also, I really want to fix the smoothing group issue. Alright, there is one way to fix the smoothing group issue, I think. And that is rather than having these smooth, just shade them flat for the ones that care. Which is a really shitty solution, but it works. It should work. Since auto smooth is not. So that should fix that a little bit, I hope. File, export, FBX. Dude, why is this just completely ignoring shading groups? It is completely ignoring smoothing groups. This is not great. The fuck? For uncheck the preserve smoothing groups option. Normal generation. Import normals. There we go. Jesus Christ, why was that so hard? Okay, so now we have to redo some of this. There we go. Okay, now we're back in business. We're just gonna need to rebake the normal map, because it's gonna be wrong now. Yeah, super wrong. Okay. Anyway. Excuse me. Holy shit. Export FBX. Just the mesh. Substance. File. Export FBX. Just the mesh. iPoly. Edit. Project configuration. Select this one. And then if we delete our normal map, that looks correct. And then we bake again. Okay. Now file, export textures, export, and then we re-import the normal map. Now everything is correct. Jeez, why was that so difficult? Now go back to our animation state machine. Which we'll say physics asset. Where did that go? Here we are. Okay, so which animation am I taking? A should be rotating. Oh shit, I did A, my bad. Oh god, okay, A to A. Okay, so that can blend, nice. Now I just need to do random. Be right back. Okay. Oh, who dat is in the chat? Oh, Benny's here. What's up, Benny? Working on some start text here. All right, now I need to make a new state machine. Since we know that we can blend these correctly now. And the state machine is gonna be titled... whoops. There we go. Okay, let's name this start text underscore state machine. And here, I need to remember how to do this. This is rough. Underscore wave. So we go. Oh, and then you can add like you, okay. So we have the wave working. Now we just want to you watched Free Guy, you give it a solid 8 out of 10. I thought it was a really fun movie. It was a lot better than I expected. A whole lot better than I expected. I loved all of the stupid cameos like Captain America. That was great. What is a conduit? Conduits serve as more advanced and shareable transition resource, where a transition rule is going to be a simple one-to-one relationship from one state to another. A conduit can have one to many or many to one. Okay, so event graph, when the animation's updated, delay, duration, let's just say like 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, we'll say switch on integer. Random, int, and range. We have 5 letters, so 0 to 4. So now every second it should do this. And then we need to create these 5 different states. So we have idle. We'll just call this idle, and then we'll add a state for S rotate, add a state for T1 rotate, or we don't need the underscores in these. S rotate, T1 rotate, add a state for A rotate, add a state for R rotate. I don't know why the engine bugs out lately and just gets rid of the selection menu, and then T2 rotate. So then we want to be able to go to all of these. What is happening? Is it crashing? Really? Fucking really? God damn it, Unreal. So we do a lot of that now. 4.27, buggiest version of the engine by far. Ugh, transport art, power up, start text, animation. Some of it should still be here. Okay, yeah, so we have that still. Or state machine. I mean, fucking hell, dude. They need hotkeys like Blender has. We need 5 states. I'm just gonna add them all real quick and save before it crashes again. Anyway, S rotates. You're gonna be titled idle. R rotate. T1 rotate. I'm doing these out of order. Hey, rotate. Chris language. Nowhere on this channel does it say it's family friendly. Fucking bloody fucking hell, man. Pluggy pluggy. Pluggy pluggy. Pluggy pluggy. Alright, and we have conditions for each of these. This is a lot of work just to make some text on a start button. This is an exercise in learning how to do this stuff as well. So we'll grab the wave. What the frogging? What the fucking frog did I say? And then we want to blend by channel. And this should be S rotate. So we'll grab our S rotate. Phone space. We want to blend S only on the rotation channel. Cool. Very naughty. Eh. Ugh. I should do a video of me playing that Tomb game thing. Nah. Okay, so we need a condition here. So we need to add some variables. And this will just be an integer. This will just be trannum. That just sounds so dirty. God damn it. Sounds offensive. Letter num. And we'll say equals 1 for S. And by default, it's going to equal 0. So set letter num to 1. Set it to 2. Set it to 3. Set it to 4. Set it to 5. No, not 45. Set it to 5. What's up, Majid? How's it going? Alright, so now every 5 seconds it'll pick a random letter to rotate. But we need to figure out how to go. We need to figure out how to go back to the main state at the end of the animation. There's no oof here. I just haven't done the reverse transition yet. So we just have to say for the transition back, we say, I need to check. UE for state machine when animation is finished. I've done this before, where you could strip your body from all emotions. I feel that. I already kind of did that. I just don't give a fuck about anything anymore. I decided, Majid, that this whole life thing, it's not for me. So I just stopped giving a fuck. I don't care anymore about anything. I was supposed to die in 2018. So, enemies. Maps. Descend boss. Boss robot. I know I did this under his animation state machine. Ooh, this might crash it. It's been so long since I've clicked on this. This state machine was complicated as fuck, if I remember correctly. Oh, his textures aren't even loaded in. Okay, so how did we check? Event graph? I don't know. Jesus Christ. Noticed how YouTube's UI changed from gray to solid black for accessibility. They made it an option. I think by default it goes to dark. Do I need to add like an animation notification at the end of each of these? Can I get my loud neighbors gone for a bit? What's that? Is that an animation I made? Yeah. So this is stuff I did forever ago, when I actually remembered how to do animation state machines. So he starts out climbing up the platform. This is something I'm not using anymore though. And then he does random actions. I'm trying to figure out. This was supposed to be a boss fight, but it was just really boring. Recommend they go on vacation. This is all stuff I did forever ago. But right now I'm working on a start text, and I have all the different animations for each of the individual letters that rotate, and I want it to rotate a random letter every 5 seconds. So I'm building a state machine for that. Oh, and I'm tempted to make the text like rainbow for the start, so it feels gamery. At least some sort of animated gradient, maybe not completely rainbow. But right now I need to get this state machine working. I need to figure out how to check that the animation is done playing to go back to the idle animation. Also, does it look natural when it transitions? It'll do it eventually. I just gotta keep watching. It will transition eventually. It is just choosing not to go to S. There we go. I can't. Oh, I missed it. Fuck. Here, I'm just gonna set all of these to 1. Yeah, fuck you, game. I'm beating the system. I think it's seamless. Yeah, it looks pretty seamless to me. I don't know why I care so much about making some simple start text look really nice, but it's just a nice touch, you know? Like, first person impressions of a mode, you want them to be like, wow, this feels polished. You don't want them to be like, wow, this feels like garbage. I don't know. I'm really big on games looking nice, though. I just need to get the state machine working. I need to figure out how to check that an animation is done playing. Always in awe of this stuff. I appreciate that, man. So how's things going on your end? Why do you want to get rid of all your emotions? Or state machine. We go from climbing to here. Time remaining. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so for this we just do time remaining for S rotate is less than or equal to 0. And that should take us back to the thing. After 5 seconds, the S should rotate. And it's not doing it. Oh, because we... Damn it. Or all the possible states only go to S now. Okay, so why is that not going back now? Oh, I think it's set to loop by default. A lot of stuff. We'll catch up soon, that's fair. Maybe you should stream your work. Yeah. Go for it. As you can tell, there's not like a whole lot of viewership demand for something boring like this. But I don't really care. I'm just streaming it to keep myself motivated. I figured I was focused too much on the numbers when I was trying to stream and turn YouTube and stuff into a job. And that was really getting to my mental health and making me feel like shit about myself. And the problem with a dream like that is that dream, that the success of my dream of being a YouTuber is dependent on other people. And in general, other people suck. So the reason I'm focusing so hard on finishing my game is because that is something I can control. Making my game is something that I can finish completely dependent of anybody else. Whether people buy it or want it or enjoy it or whatever, that's up to them. But just finishing the fucking game, that will feel good, and that is dependent on me. So that's what I'm focusing on right now in life, because that'll get a giant weight off my shoulders and I'll just be able to say I finished the cool thing. I want to be able to say I finished the cool thing. Okay, so anyway, back to our state machine. I don't really want to be alive. I realize that's a dark thing to say for a lot of people. But that's just how it be. I'm here until... Oh shit, it works! I'm here until the universe tells me otherwise. I feel like it's a Final Destination thing where I got away from... Oh, and then we need to have this reset the animation. Every time. Okay, so here's the problem now. It's playing through, and then it's not resetting when it comes back here. So we don't want to loop the animation, but we also want it to start at 0 every time it comes over here. Always reset on entry, there we go. Now every 5 seconds the S should spin. Why is it not spinning? Why is it not resetting on entry? Dude, I literally checked always reset on entry. Does that not work? Here, I'm gonna make this delay for 1 second so I don't have to keep fucking waiting. That should be resetting on entry. Oh. Wait. Oh shit. Oh. It's never re-entering. Because it's the number is always set to 1, so it's always staying in. The transition asks, does this equal 1? So we need to set the number to 0. How long is the animation in seconds? They're all the same. I can just kind of do something hacky as fuck. Can you set? Let her know. No, you can't. Oh, okay, here we go. Here's what we do. Here's how we do this. if the, so then we branch. Nope. There's no events to plug. Fuck me, man. How do I set it back to 0 when it finishes playing? I guess we can just add like an anim notify at the end of each of these. I don't even know what that smiley face is. Okay, S rotate. Also, can you blend states? Because I don't want to reset. Anywhere, just like anywhere in the animation. You mistyped. We can add a notification. Add notify. S reset. And this doesn't really matter where this is on the animation. We can put it halfway through the fucking animation because that's not what we're using to transition. So S reset. R rotates. New notify. R reset. T1 reset. This is so much work just to make some fucking text. What am I even doing with my life? T2 reset. Which one am I missing? We did A? No, we did not do A. We did R, S, T, T. A is important too. We notify. A reset. Okay, so now under our event graph, A reset, S reset, T reset. This is just problem solving. There's probably, if you actually know how to use animation state machines in Unreal, there's probably a way fucking easier way to do this. Oh god, okay, so add oh, then we want to set letter num to 0 so it doesn't keep going straight into the animation. Learning curve. So make the duration 5 again. We should transition. Then we should be back in the main state. Why is it not doing it though? Okay, now listen here, you little shit. Time remaining is less than or equal to 0. Works here. Let's look at our state machine. After 5 seconds, It should go to rotate. And then it should go back, but it's not. Is this firing? It did fire halfway through the S. So letter num is 0. After 5, it's 1. Then it resets to 0. So that should go back. Literally verbatim the exact same. S rotate. There we go. But then we have that weird ass jump. Let's get rid of the always reset and see what happens now. Nope, the weird jump is still there. We need to blend it somehow. I wonder if you can make a state like additive or something. Why is this always restarting? Plays back specific animation. Start position, you want to bind. Need to figure out how to get the position, the playback position from the previous state. I wish you could just blend a state with a new action. Animation blueprint linking? Animation sharing? You should Unreal Knowledge so you could help. Get playback position from other state and state machine UE4. Okay, let's do some Googling. Maybe we don't go to another state. Maybe we try to do it all in one state. So we do this. God damn it. Why does this keep fucking bugging out? I have to restart the engine every like 10 minutes because it just keeps bugging. I don't understand why. Just gonna close everything else that could possibly be causing that. If I try to just work with the bugging out, then it just crashes anyway. I wish I knew what was causing it so I could avoid doing that, whatever that thing is. Because now I have to go through my documents and find whatever the thing was again. Transport, art, power up, start text, just frustrating. Okay. So we blend. So base pose is this. And then let me get rid of the state machine. Yeah, okay, cool. So then we have S T A R T. Then pose 1, then pose 2. And this should just be layer setup. I wish you could blend only one channel here now. Because we have... Oh, I see what we can do. Oh, I know what we can do. Blend... Bone by channel. Oh wait, can this only plug into one thing? Oh, that's such bullshit. Oh, that is such bullshit. How does this fucking work, dude? This is such a stupid convoluted system when it could be so simple. Like, why can't this plug into multiple things? That's the entire point of a node-based system. Wow, this is dumb as shit. This is weird. I agree. There's got to be a way to get the playback position and transfer it to the state, right? Here, let's go to the event graph, get playback, get position. What is sync group? Target is anim instance. Get state. Like, why can't I just have the animation continue fucking playing and then blend a thing when it goes to the state? Why do I have to go through all this convoluted bullshit? Continue animation from one state to the next, UE4. Like, there's got to be a way to transfer this data of the playback position. Why is this so difficult? Music bops. E. Like, why expose this at all if you can't get the current playback position? I don't understand. Base pose. And then we'll add S. And layer 1. B 001 S. But how do we apply only rotation here? And set you to not loop. Okay, so here we're gonna try something else. I'm gonna say S wait. Is 0, but then we're just going to delay 3 seconds, set S wait to 1, delay 3 seconds, set S wait to 0. I think I have to use the different states, but I don't know how to blend between the two fucking states without it looking garbage. Like, why can't I just... Oh, God, fucking damn it. Why can't I just link two animations and have them have the same fucking playback position? And why can't I just grab the playback position from the thing? That is information that exists. This is so frustrating. If you watch the text every time it swaps in, like why can't I just keep the wave animation at the same position between states? Get the blend weight of a specified state. Get playback position of animation in state machine before. I want to keep these synced. Okay, will that work? No. What the fuck? What is the point of this, you dumbass piece of shit fucking software? Sync group. Idle. Always leader. Idle. Always follower. Is it gonna work? Nope. Jesus fucking Christ! Who designed this? Who designed this system? They should be fired 6 fucking times over. If it's... I think it's working now. Looks like it's working. Jesus fucking Christ, why is this such a dumbass, like, convoluted system? I think of 6 easier ways this could be done. I'm gonna make the group idle start text just so in case that affects anything else anywhere else in the engine. Okay, I got that working. We're gonna delete all of these and copy paste. So it's gonna make my life a hell of a lot easier. ST. That's all the same. Cool. This one will be T1 rotate. Pluggy. And this will be equals 2. Okay, rotate. Oh, we also need to time remaining. Less than or equal to 0. Letter num equals 3. A rotate. And then time remaining. A rotates. Less than or equal to 0. This is a whole lot of work just to make a start button look neat. Never again. Never again. Jesus Christ. S T-A-R-T. Letter num equals 4. Oh, and we have to change the animation here. This is gonna be R. And this is gonna be T. And time remaining for R less than or equal to 0. And there's the transition. Letter num equals 5. And it's bugging out again. She's have to restart the fucking engine again. I do not know why this is so buggy. Yeah, look at this. So close. I literally can't see my menu options though. God, this is so fucking dumb. Hey, wait. Oh, when I print screen, it works fine. Okay, so I can't show them the bug. Wow. Wow, dick move, guys. That's doing it everywhere. Let's try, like, minimizing and bringing it back up. Nope. What is going on? I wonder if it has to do with the Epic Games Launcher little notifications. Oh well. Reboot the project. Unreal 4.27 bugged menus. Disabling window animations. Disable window animations UE4. Editor preferences, maybe. Enable window animations is already off. Oh, right when I was about to finish the state machine too. So it's like, now where do I pick up? Where did I leave off? Anyway, now this should work completely. Oh shit, we have to blend the right bones though. That's why that's not working. So this is gonna be T and T. This is gonna be R and R. This is gonna be A and A. And this is gonna be, already got S and S, we need T and T again. Alright, so now every 3 seconds or 5 seconds it should spin a random letter and it should look good. Cool. Now let's animate that material. Did I drag the mask in here to use? I did not. Here's our emission mask. Multiply with rainbow. Texture coordinate, panner, scalar parameter, and speed. Maybe slow that down some and make this like bigger for tiling, but slow this down to like do minus 0.5 for the panning speed. Oh, that's cool. Maybe make it spin like once every 3 seconds. And then slow it down some. Minus 0.3 for the pan speed. Probably slow down the text animations, but I can do that later. Let's just get this implemented now. Oh, and we have one more state for this. Which we're gonna have to be able to go to from any of these, including idle. And that state is the suck state. Because I can't think of a better name for that, but it's the letters getting sucked in to the start button. And under the state machine for this one, it'll literally just be one way. So suck state is going to be the suck animation. And then this is going to be, we're going to add a variable for this called suck time. And we'll just get that. Copy. And we'll paste it in all these. I think that's all of them. I think I just accidentally skipped the one originally. Cool, okay. So, 3 hours later, we finally got this working. So now, if we just grab suck time and go suck time, it's all gonna suck into the thing. And we do not want this to loop. And then we'll say going back to idle. We'll say that is get suck time and not Boolean. So if we grab suck time, turn it off, we come back, nice. Cool. Okay, let's work on our start button now. So go to our player pawn, edit him, viewport, and go to art, power up start text. We'll grab our start text and parent it. No, we don't want to parent it. We'll just add it to our actor. Rotate it 90 degrees. We're right here. Let's look at this from a from a right perspective, from a front perspective. Jesus, it had to be the last one, huh? We're gonna use an animation blueprint, and that's gonna be start text animation. That like right there. Oh, it looks so cool. That's awesome. Okay. 1.2 maybe? Go a little bigger. Nice. Okay, so then we just have to say sphere. Start collision. On begin overlap. Turn off start button event. We're going to get our start text, get anim instance, cast to start text animation. And then we'll do this as a sequence just in case this fails. We don't want this to be dependent on it finding the right animation. That's just a bad way to do things. Okay, so as animation instance, we will set suck time to true. So now if we play and we look at the start button, when the player hits it, it should suck time. Yep, nice. Oh, nice, 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 nice. That's beautiful. Cool. Let's try this in VR, but not have. Let's break the delay. Good. That looks so cool. That looks so cool in VR. The start text does. Oh, that's so cool. I just need to hide it after it finishes animating. Since you can't have 0 scale for anything. Course, another option that would make this so much easier. Although no, we want to hide it. We definitely want to hide it. I will say, wait, do I? Did I not save this? Did I close without saving? Did I not save any of that in Blender? Am I just stuck here now? Okay, no, we're good. Okay, cool. So, on the final frame of each of these, I am gonna animate them down like really far. Just like beyond where the player would be able to see them. We'll give it like 2 frames. And then we'll hide it after a certain amount of seconds. I just don't want to be dependent on when the animation finishes to hide it. We could do like an anim notify for it, but whatever. Okay, so now if we export again, mesh armature, Z up, face shading, start text, and we just re-import the sucking animation. Now that should not be visible to me. Fix this. Okay, very cool. Very cool. Oh, I'm super happy with this. Okay, well, we got that working. So now what was next on my to-do list? So today we got start text around energy capsule. That's done. And I'm gonna add some notes here as well. That is animated state machine. So waves and letters spin. That's done. And then animated rainbow texture. Oh, did you see it working, Majid? Or do you want me to demo it again real quick? It looks really cool in game when it's animated. Yeah, Craig Zakok got me into Notion. I'm pretty happy with how this looks, though. That's pretty sick. It looks really cool in VR, especially with the glowing hovering text. It's a nice touch. So now we need to... We just finished one animation state machine. Now it's time to do another. So, new folder, speed up text. You know what's cool about this game? It's literally Temple Run in space. I don't think there's anything cool about it. It's an exercise game. Yeah, that's the one thing I have going for me that Temple Run doesn't, I guess. I'm gonna add some stuff that makes it not Temple Run-ish. I just have to get the first core game loop down first. So the idea is there's gonna be these random zones. So like you go through these procedurally generated tunnels where you have to duck and dodge and punch things. But then every few map segments, it'll put you into a transition segment. The speed up segment is the core one of those that speeds it up and makes the game more difficult. But there are gonna be other transition segments where it'll like stop you and you have to like punch a bunch of things away from you that come at you, or maybe duck under things. So there's gonna be multiple different transitions that it can choose from. The speed up is just the main one. I just want to get the core game loop working with one transition before I add multiple. So next steps today on my to-do are to add some particles to the speed up segment, and I want to get the speed up text animation implemented. Notion is really cool. I just started this to-do list the other day. But it's an infinite game mode designed to get people doing lots of squats, basically. good leg exercise. I'm gonna record and post this on Twitter really quick. For Screenshot Saturday, maybe get some more people in here. So let's should see all the complicated things you do with Notion. I've done literally 0 complicated things with it. It's just a nice way to stay organized for me. I would love to see what you do though. I'm gonna bring up OBS on this end and record my screen for Screenshot Saturday. I'll include the state machine, I guess, in my recording. And then suck time. Okay, so I wonder if I can change the background for this view. View preview scene settings. Where is that? Advanced preview settings tab will let you alter the preview scene settings. That's not doing anything, is it? I'm not crazy. Oh, preview scene settings. There we are. Oh, lighting, environment, do not show. And environment color. Make that dark. There we go. Cool. Okay, and then where's my suck time? Okay, so now I can record this. Sorry, I don't have the chat up. I just wanna record this and post it on Twitter. It's cool. Start recording. Stop recording, start recording. Okay, now to make that into a Twitter clip. That's what Premiere is for. I don't know, the stuff I'm posting on Instagram and Twitter has been getting pretty decent traction. Like, people liking it, getting some new followers and stuff, so I think that might be a way to get some visibility for the game. This recording. Oh, this has my microphone audio. Make a new folder. This is 0828 or 2021. Do the real date format, year, month, day. American date format doesn't make any sense if you think about it for more than like 3 seconds. How's work going outside the game? As work. They pay me money, I do things for them. That is the exchange. Ideally, I would work for myself, but the universe did not want that for me. I get such a perfect rainbow gradient. I used Photoshop to make that one specifically. But you could do it in Blender as well. Just make sure you loop it. And remember the stuff they teach you. Remember the stuff they teach you in school. What the fuck? Oh, gradient editor came up. Okay. Just gotta remember the basics. Roy G. Biv. Red. Orange. Yellow. Green. Blue. Indigo. Violet. And then red again if you want it to loop. Then space them out fairly evenly. If you really want to do the math, you can do the percents in Blender as well. Yeah, just remember Roy G. Viv. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Then you hit OK, and drag from end to end, and now it's a perfectly seamlessly looping gradient. So for instance, if I do filter other offset, and then just offset it horizontally, it'll loop completely seamlessly. And if you want to do the exact same thing, you can do that in Blender as well. I actually originally did one of these gradients in Blender to test what I wanted to do with it. So if I come here, come hither, this is using the image, but I could just do it the exact same way and say Shift A texture, gradient texture, Shift A converter or color ramp, plug the factor in, plug the color in. Messed up somewhere. Oh, I plugged that into. So we want this to be the color. And then we just set this to red. I'm making it loop. I don't know about that in Blender because I don't think the gradient texture tiles. Red. Same general pattern though. You could also what you could do to make the rainbow gradient. Here's what you could do. So you can open a new copy of Blender. Make a plane, unwrap it, go to your rendered preview, back to loop. Yeah, so you can just make your own gradient image in that case by creating a gradient on an unwrapped plane and then baking that to a texture map or something. You could probably also just make a gradient in like GIMP or something free. Linear, UV, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So you can make it end up looking pretty much the same. Gotta hop. Alright, later Majid. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, anyway, let me edit my video real quick and post it on Twitter because I'm pretty happy with this for Screenshot Saturday. And then just do like maybe 10 seconds before it sucks in. Because this is in Unreal right now. The animation that I recorded. Probably make it a little bit bigger. Doesn't matter if it's a little bit blurry because Twitter video quality sucks anyway. So you wanna, so from here, from where it starts sucking, let's make it go back 10 seconds. Just start at 13. Oh, it has the S rotate twice. Gross. Let me re-record this. Because it's random, you know? I'm gonna let this go for like 25 seconds or something. Damn it. Start recording again. I accidentally hit the checkbox twice. I don't want like multiple letters to go in a row for the demo. Like the A just went twice there. I don't want that for my recorded 3 times. Okay, fuck you. Okay, we're changing the math on this so I can get a better recording. Fuck you, Unreal. We're going to mess with our state machine here. Okay, event graph. Love my art style in general. Have such a clean, fun aesthetic. I appreciate that. I'm trying to stay consistent with the art theme that I had not 6 years ago, 2016, 5 years ago when I first made the game. I've evolved a lot since then, but I have to also make it look consistent. So I'm just making a more polished version of that, I guess. Okay, so instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make an array of numbers. Letter num bag. We're gonna do Tetris method here. This is gonna be an array of integers. Just so it doesn't do the same letter in a row. 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we'll duplicate this, called bag reset. And then every time we get here, we'll grab our letter number bag. God, fucking Unreal bug. So restart the engine every time it does this, and then I lose I lose like my chain of thought. Like, where was I? This is like the 4th or 5th time it started doing that tonight. Apparently it's a bug that started in 4.26. Oh, this is frustrating. I'm gonna restart the engine so many times just because the menus keep bugging out. Now I have to go find my stuff again. Reopen it, reorganize all this. Okay. So we want to get the length -1, because the length is going to be 1 longer than the array positions, because it'll give you like how many items are in the array, but the first item is always number 0. So the length that we want to grab from, the positions we want to grab from, is really okay. So we want to get a random integer in range. We want to set, we want bag grab, set this to random integer in range of 0 to whatever the length -1 is, and then get the bag grab number. And plug that integer in. And then we want to do some logic here that says get bag grab. We want to get the letter num bag. We want to remove an item. And then after we remove, we check the length of this. And if it's less than is less than 1. Or we can just check, we can just make an empty one. Empty array. We can just say, does this equal U? Then we branch. This is so much more complicated just to get a demo clip. And we reset letter num bag. Alright, let's see if it'll just like stop after it does all the letters. Compile. 1. So it does 3. So this should be removing array elements each time. I don't know if this updates in real time or not though. Yeah, so now it's not. Why is it? There should be nothing left in this array. Grab this out here. I guess there's no way to see if it's actually removing pieces from the bag. Getting the letter num bag. We're removing from it. Why is that not updating at all? I just don't know why this isn't updating at all every time that's firing. How am I supposed to test this reasonably if it doesn't show me the previews of things? Oh, let's see if this works. So that goes in order now. Because now it's not going to fire at all. Because it keeps plussing. Let's see if this ever fires if we have the old logic plugged in. So then we can say set letter num bag to bag reset. Let's just see if this ever fires. 2, 3. R just went twice in a row. Okay, so that's never firing. Jeez, it's not actually removing stuff. Remove all instances of item from array. And this is the item. Maybe we need to do remove index. And this should technically work. So it should be never do any of the same letters in a row. It should always do a letter. 2. Fuck. So T, T, R, A, S should be next, S. So this is firing now? Something is bugging here. T, T, A, R, S, then R should be next. And it did it should reset right there. Why is it not firing? How much is my delay for? 3 seconds? I'm gonna set that to 2 just to save me some time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That did reset. Oh shit, I see. Bag reset doesn't have the right numbers either. So now I should be able to record this. Okay, so now if I start recording, I compile. Stop recording. I'm gonna try this one more time. I want to increase the time again back to 3. Okay. Start recording. Compile. Stop recording that. Compile. Let's bring that into Premiere. That should look a lot better. Which one is more recent? I don't remember. 17, okay. We can probably scale this up a little bit. Anchor point we'll set to 0, 0. Position we'll set to 0, 0. And just scale down until the state machine fits. Okay, so now I'm gonna record in game as well. Give me a second for that. I'll delete you. Start recording. VR preview. Stop recording. I don't know if anybody's chatted recently. No, they haven't. Okay, I'm good. Just want to make sure I'm not missing any chat to address. Editing drive. It's gonna be this one. So for this, try to center it. The problem is it's recording one eye. So it's going to be off-centered if it looks centered to me in VR. And let's add some music too. So for that, I'm gonna pause Spotify over here and try to find some music to use here. Editing drive. I think I put it under my Stream School resources off the, yeah, here we go. That one's pretty good. Oxnard. I think Oxnard. Edit, preferences, audio hardware. Right now it's defaulting to speakers. So I want to go here so you can actually hear it. I don't know. Maybe not this one. Actually, that timed pretty well. Yeah, we'll use it. File, export, media. Oh shit, that's the one that was playing on the stream PC. Anyway. Alright, text underscore Twitter. Export. God, I have too many tabs. Twitter. Today so far, we've gotten the start button text animated. I reintroduced myself to state machines in Unreal Engine, and I'm really happy with these results. Introduce myself to state machines in Unreal Engine to get random, to get random letters spinning every few seconds, and I'm really happy with these results. Hashtag UE4, hashtag indie game dev, hashtag screenshot Saturday, hashtag VR. I know adding more than 3 hashtags isn't great, but you know, VR. Today we've gotten start button text animated. I reintroduced myself to state machines in Unreal Engine to get random letters spinning every few seconds. I'm really happy with these results. Still, I'm making more progress. Nice. And see if my package has been delivered. It has not. Oh, I guess it's only 4 p.m. right now. Anyway, let's next step on my to-do list is to get the speed up text implemented and some particles on the speed up tunnel, so it feels really cool when you're going through it. Maybe like find a good sound effect for it too from one of the royalty free sites that I use. Because sound design is going to be so important in this game mode. God, I'm just so happy with how this looks. Right, not with the Twitter compression, obviously. Indie game developers. I wonder if I can post my screenshot Saturday. I don't like this group. They suck. I posted my screenshot Saturday at 9 p.m. And they banned me for a week because I didn't post it before 8 p.m. So screw them. Anyway, let's get back to work. So next up under my art, we have the speed up text. So we need to export that. File, open recent, speed up animation. And we need to fix one thing here, which is that these letters are absolutely not allowed to scale down to 0. So we need to fix that. Because Unreal Engine doesn't accept 0 transforms for things. So instead, we're going to scale these to like 0.001. And then just move the animation over. Like 3 or 4 frames. So that we can animate the individual things. And we want to go to the action editor. So Shift F12 for dope sheet, go to action editor, and we'll call this speed up text animate. Okay, so we want to go through, and on any keyframes for any of these guys where the scale is 0, we have to change that to 0.001. Which you could do on the graph editor, but I feel like this is easier for me. So S. E2. D. And arrow, which we already did. Which means now, before and after, we need, since these are no longer 0, they can potentially show up on screen, and we don't want that. So before and after each of them animate, we're gonna set their transition downward, like out of possible view. of the player. I'll just say GZ minus 10 meters down. Cool. Okay, so now, regardless, we should never see the text until it's on screen. Cool. Okay, next step. We need to export this as an FBX. So just do file, export, FBX, and this is going to be selected objects, armature, and mesh. I have both of those selected correct. Z up, face for normals. All this should be correct. And then we just say, oh, we need to make sure the armature is named correctly as well. What's up? Johnny talks a lot. I'm working on my game. We got some cool stuff done today so far. We got check this out. I'm actually pretty happy with this. For the start button, I got this animation state machine done where it'll like it'll spin a random letter every few seconds, and otherwise it'll just wave up and down. And then when the player hits the start button, it gets sucked in. Oh, I'm pretty happy with this. So right now I'm working on implementing the animation for when the player speeds up as this text is gonna play. So this is named properly. I just want to make sure that the object name is not armature, or else it'll import into Unreal Engine. Super tiny, it's a bug. File, export to FBX. T2 speed up text. Selected object, armature, mesh, Z up. Whole bunch of different parameters you have to remember when you're exporting FBX to Unreal. It's all the same every time you export something though. So once you get used to it, it's pretty easy. So now I just go to speed up text. I'm gonna drag it in. Bunch of bomb maps, descend. Transitions. Where I put this? This is not where I put it. Yikes. I'm so disorganized on this project. Speed up text. Import all. Let's see if it works. Oh, no. There's one thing I need to fix. First of all, we're going to get some errors. Always get some errors. Too small to create a physics asset. That's totally fine. Animation's working, surprisingly. There was one thing I needed to do though to set the frame range for the animation, which means I need to select the root, which is not currently visible. and give that frames at the beginning and end of the animation, just so the software knows the correct frame range. Cool. Okay, so now if we export this, that should be more correct. New file, export, FBX. What is that? Oh, that's what I exported to Substance Painter for the text string, speed of text. Animated. I guess it's too late now. I already, whatever, dude. Whoops. That's okay. Texture job is done. So at the end of the day, who cares, right? Re-import the animation, let it do its thing. Nice. We do need to change some import parameters here. I figured out last time. Which is import normals. And re-import, preview animation. Nice, okay, that works. And now we just need to bring in the other materials. So we have the color, the emissive, we need the normal and the roughness. Transition to speed up text. So we need our normal and our occlusion roughness metallic. Make sure that this is not being interpreted as sRGB. This is all the stuff that you just learn over time. The first time I ever textured something in Unreal, it looked completely wrong. And that's because you gotta check a bunch of boxes, and if you forget to check those boxes, it's gonna look like shit. Very complicated. Grab our normal map, plug that into the normals. That should have imported as a normal map. They usually are smart enough for that. Grab our occlusion roughness metallic. Red goes to occlusion. Green goes to roughness, blue goes to metallic. And now, should look good. Pretty happy with that. So now all we have to do is make an animation state machine for this. I actually need an idle animation for it as well. I just want to play this when the player's in the speed up too. I have to think about the best way to handle that. So I'm gonna right click, create anim blueprint. This will be speed up text underscore anim BP. Double click on that, start creating our state machine. This is a pretty hacky way of handling this. That's fine. I'll go ahead and make an idle animation. So we will duplicate this and call this speed up text underscore idle. Just make it like 10 frames long of all of them being too tiny or anything. So we'll delete all of these frames. Just make this like 15 frames long. And we'll call this, yeah. Okay, so now file, export, FBX, speed up text, too late to change that. So then if we re-import this and just choose to re-import animations, shit. How do I import just the animation? No, it did the same thing. I'm getting the bug again. Shit. See how the menus disappear? This has been happening all day. I have to restart the engine to fix it. It's really frustrating. Oh. There's got to be something that's causing it, you know? Keep that. I'll delete everything else and re-import that old-fashioned way. That way, hopefully, it will let me re-import both animations. Import animations. Cool. Okay, now we get both animations. To save, hopefully it doesn't crash. Cool. Speed up text mat. Delete the original one. Creates a new animation blueprint. Speed up text anim BP. we're going to hop in here. We're going to make a state machine. Add new state machine, plug that in. This is going to be speed up text state. Entry will go into idle. We're gonna test it out on stream in VR. Yeah, absolutely. I've been doing that all day, in and out whenever we have something ready to show. So this will be, thanks for the follow, man. Animation, idle, or I'll just say idle for this state. I can show you what it looks like right now if you want. So still pretty bare bones basic, whole lot left to do, but the goal number one is to get a complete game loop and then add features. The complete game loop I want to get done initially is just go through tunnel, dodge shit, speed up, go through tunnel, dodge shit, speed up, run out of energy, die. But eventually, rather than just the speed up tunnels, there's going to be other transition segments with challenges for the player. Like it's going to stop you and maybe you have to like punch a bunch of things that are flying at you. Or maybe it'll be like a tunnel where you have to stay ducked the entire time while dodging left to right. Stuff like that is what I'm going to add eventually. But right now I just want to get the main game loop in place. If you're curious, I'm not saying go to Steam and buy the game, just to show you what the game is. It's been in early access since the end of 2016. It's a game where you punch things. So the main core mode of the game was my very first Unreal Engine project. And it was this one where these bombs appear around you and you have to punch them away from you before they blow up in 360 degrees. And then we have this mode where you have to punch it away from you and hit targets. So now I'm working on the third mode, which is a lot more complicated than either of these modes. But it's sort of like Temple Run in space, but more complicated, if I had to give it a description. So when you go through that yellow tunnel, this speed up text plays. And there will be audio as well saying speed up, which I will record myself. So I'm working on the state machine for that right now. Which I haven't worked on this game in a few years, just because I got distracted just trying to live stream for fun. But I'm taking a break from the regular live streams just to do some, on my other YouTube channel, just to do some game development stuff. So I started this brand new YouTube channel just for this. So this is gonna be speed up state, and it will go to this state based on a boolean, which will say can speed up. We'll just call it that. That's the one guaranteed way to do things, I guess. So can speed up. If that's set to true, then it will transition. So if we click on that and check it, it'll go to that state, and you can see that it animates. And then we need to go to the animation and add an animation notify that'll send it back. So we're gonna transition back, and for this we're just gonna check time remaining for the animation. If this is less than or equal to 0 seconds remaining on the animation, then it'll transition back to the original state. And then we also just need to go into the animation and add a notify. So if we go into our speed up animation, halfway through, we'll just add a new notify that says can't speed up. Doesn't matter where we add this in the animation because it only checks once we're back out of the animation. So under the event graph, we'll grab that notify and we'll say set can speed up to false. So now if we check this box, it'll animate, which, because the animation is like 10 meters tall because I want to hide the letters after it animates, but you can't scale things to 0 in Unreal. So anyway, can speed up, and if I check that, it should go. Oh, maybe I need to recompile. That should be firing. Set can speed up to false. I don't know why that's not setting. Oh, can't speed up. Yeah, I don't know if I can't speed up. Set can speed up to false. The default value is. So we check it, it animates. That should be setting to false now. Interesting. Well, let's see if it'll go back. No, this condition's not working. Time remaining in seconds. Oh, because I have it set to loop. That's why. I see. You do not loop. Now if we can speed up, it'd only do it once. Then we'll go back to idle. Okay, so now we need to go into our player character. And this is where the testing comes in. We need to get the speed feeling correct for this following the player's vision. So this all happens on... Okay, that's a custom event. Where's my tick? You shouldn't be doing a whole lot of stuff on tick, but I kind of have to for this game mode. So here's my event tick. Okay, this we are ignoring now. Until later. I will leave that there. This is sort of like, I'm gonna comment this actually. Turns off start button automatically for testing. So we follow the spline and then What is your rotation? Okay, so who are you? What is this sphere? I just need to add a new one. Particle spawn. What's this one? Head. Health widget. Okay, so we're going to add a new sphere collision. It's gonna oh man, I don't want to be parented to anything. Just parented to the default scene root. We're gonna call this text follow. Set the location to 000. We want to say has no collision properties at all. No collision at all. Set this to custom, ignore everything. What we do want to do is under the event graph, we want to create a custom event. Text follow head. And this will be set world rotation on the z-axis. We only care about the z-axis. To the head, we're gonna get world rotation. And we just set this. Oh, except we want to split the struct spin. We only care about the z rotation. So I'm gonna break that link. You can split struct pens like this in Unreal, which is really nice. You don't have to split it out using a separate operator. And we just want to copy that. Actually, maybe we just want to do local or relative rotation. Well, let's test this. See what it looks like without the animation in place. Just place the skeletal mesh there. Oh, fuck off is making it so hard. Shove this in. Put it under the text follow. Oh, did I have this like positioned really oddly? This was not centered in Blender, was it? Let's, I don't think it matters at this point. I'll just put it about where the start button is, because it seems like a pretty good location for it. All right, let's just see if this tracks. So first of all, we do need to apply the text follow head event to onTick. Text follow head. Text looks all wrong because I forgot to import the normals properly. While we're here though, I'm gonna go ahead and re-export this, but centered better. I don't like it being so far off from the center. Oh, maybe something closer to this. Export FBX, speed up text, and then we'll re-import it. And that should be better. Where is it? There we are. Anyway. So now, if we go back to our viewport, that's going to be way the hell off. We will just put this to about like right here. Maybe a little bit out. Seems like a pretty good height for it. And then let me change the normals to import. Import normals. Oh shit, I need to re-import that. Re-import base mesh. There we go. Now it should look way more correct. Okay, so now all we have to do is give this the animation blueprint, speed up text and MVP. And I'm gonna set that to loop, just so I can see what it looks like in Engine. Looks pretty cool. So I can turn that to not loop. But we do not want the animation blueprint yet, because I don't want to just have it follow one-to-one. I want it to interpolate. So instead, we're going to do an f-interp. Not float interp. I guess we do want f-interp. That's fine. So we will add an input to this called delta time. Plug that in. Interp speed, we'll set that to 5, I guess. And then we'll get world rotation. Split struct pen. You want to interp from U to U. And let's try that. Our delta time is doing absolutely nothing right now because I haven't plugged that in. So we want to grab the delta time from the tick. And plug that in. And try that. Now it has sort of like a floaty feel to it rather than just following one to one, which is nice, but I want to mess with the speed of that until it feels right. The only way to make it feel right is to keep messing with it. So I'm gonna try changing this to about 3 instead, and hopefully that'll look a little better. We'll try a 3.5. We don't want it to be so slow. Maybe 3.75. We don't want it to be so slow that people miss out on notifications. Also, I want this to be a little bit higher. So we'll put this like, okay, so this is 0. What's the average person's height? Average person height is about 5 feet 4 inches. So 5 feet 4 inches 2 centimeters is 162 centimeters. So eye level for the average person is gonna be 160. Is gonna be a little bit less than 162. I'm just gonna. Wait, really? No. That seems wrong. Anyway, this is probably fine. So now we can reapply the animation blueprint. Speed up text and MVP. And we don't want the Boolean set on by default. And let's also change the play rate of this a little bit, maybe like 0.75 because it feels a little bit fast. So let's see how that feels. Gotta get closer. Like I said, it goes 10 meters under when it's not being used. I think 0.75 or maybe 0.8 will feel better. Than the full one. Cool. Let's set the scale a bit bigger, like maybe 1.15. That looks cool. So now we can add an event here. And let's just make a new event graph, and this will be animation notifications. And we'll say custom event, and this will be speed up text activate. And then we'll just say speed up text get anim instance cast to speed up text and MVP. Plug that in, and then we'll say set can speed up to true. So now from the transition segment, we can say when we overlap with the collision volume, then we'll play this and it'll just play the animation text. So by default, we do not want this text to be on. So we want to compile with that off. Okay, cool. So now under our transition segment, we can just go to that's gonna be under blueprint, sorry. can add a volume here. So this box is inherited. Let's add a new box. Box collision. And this one will activate once you're in the speed tunnel. So we will make sure it overlaps the head. That's correct. On component, begin. We also don't want it to block anything. So we will set this to custom and we'll just overlap everything. Or ignore everything except for the head, honestly. No reason to have additional calls. We want this to be wide, like the entire extent of where the person could be. Wow, whoops. So we'll just set it to like 450 by 450. And then make sure the person collides with it. And then we'll say on begin overlap, if the other component has tag, I think head is correct. Let me just double check that. Head. Yep, that is correct. Has a tag. Then we branch. We get the other actor. Or we can just say get player pawn. Cast to TPT player pawn BP. This way it's hard coded, has to grab it. And then we do speed up text activate. Oh, let's test it. And it did not work. Why? Let's see if it activates if we just do a regular play test, which means I need to activate the start button by default. Where is that? Yeah, okay, so we're gonna go ahead and activate the start button by default, and let's just play test. And we'll see if this fires at all. And why is there not a... Interesting. No firing at all. Interesting. So overlaps head. Ooh, what collision type do I have my head set to? World dynamic, okay. Let's see if it fires now. Sorry, you see my knee. I have gym shorts on. This is, I like to sit. This is comfortable. Okay, now let's see if this fires. It did not. Why? Overlaps world dynamic. Well then. It just even works. Okay, so it totally does work. Nice. Oh, I'm getting the bug again. Anyway, I'm just gonna set this down to like 135 centimeters instead. So, good progress on that front. I have one more thing on the list that I really want to get done today. That's the speed up particles. So we got the speed up text animation implemented. Now let's just work on starting to learn Niagara so I can make, because supposedly the Niagara, which is their new particle system, they had some issues with instant stereo. Instant stereo is an optimization for VR that makes it not render everything a billion times. But there was a problem where if you had instant stereo on, then the Niagara particles would flicker and look weird in one eye. Like they'd only show up in one eye. But supposedly it fixed that for 4.27. So we can, I've been using Cascade up until now, which is their old particle system. But we're gonna try to start learning Niagara tonight. So that'll be a fun journey. So learn Niagara. So under transitions, yeah, so transition 2, create a new folder called particles. And we're gonna go ahead and have to reboot the engine again. I don't know how this bug got past testing. Kind of bonkers, man. I'm also gonna go set my oven to 375 degrees so I can start cooking chicken. All right, while that's booting, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, the oven is heating up. Now I can post my clip from earlier on Instagram as well. I forgot to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Go to Drive. There's like a folder where I post Instagram stuff. Since you have to upload, there are like ways to upload Instagram stuff from the PC, but it's easier to just download it on your phone. For being honest. Why did that not download? Start text. Download. Hashtag UE4. Always try to hashtag a whole bunch on Instagram because there's no penalty for it as far as I know. C3D, hashtag VR, hashtag indie game development, hashtag indie game, hashtag game dev, hashtag indie game dev, hashtag Unreal Engine. Hashtag animation. Oh. Hashtag screenshot Saturday. Cool. Okay, so let's learn how to use Niagara. So we're gonna create brand new Niagara container for multiple emitters that combine together to create a particle system effect. Jesus Christ. We're gonna watch a tutorial. Intro to Niagara, UE4. Niagara visual effects, Unreal documentation. That's what we're looking for. Okay, overview. Oh, did my package get delivered, by the way? I wonder. No. between 3:15 and 5:15 p.m. 5:20 p.m. Between 3:15 and 5:15 p.m. 5:20 p.m. USPS, get your shit together. They also delivered my G Fuel to the wrong person yesterday, so I don't know if I'm ever gonna get that. Which kind of pisses me off. Anyway, let's look at this Niagara documentation. Okay, in Niagara, there are 4 core components: systems, emitters, modules, parameters. Niagara systems are containers for multiple emitters, all combined into one effect. For example, if you're making a firework effect, you might want multiple bursts in your firework. To do so, you would create multiple emitters and place them all into a Niagara system called firework. In the Niagara system editor, you can modify or overwrite anything in the emitters or modules that are in the system. The timeline panel in the system editor shows which emitters are contained in the system and can be used to manage those emitters. The emitter editor and system editor are mostly the same. For more information on the system editor interface, see Niagara system and emitter reference, UI elements. So it looks like we're gonna need a system and some emitters, or an emitter. I only want one emitter. Emitters are containers for modules. They are single purpose, but they are also reusable. One unique thing about Niagara emitters is that you can create a simulation using the module stack and then render the simulation multiple ways in the same emitter. Continuing our firework effect, you could create one emitter that had a sprite renderer for the spark and a ribbon renderer for the stream of light following the spark. For more information on the Niagara emitter, see that. Modules are the base level of Niagara effects. Modules are the equivalent of Cascade's behaviors. Modules speak to common data, encapsulate behaviors, stack with... Alright, this seems to make sense to me. System Wizard offers the following options. Emitter Wizard. Okay, so workflow, create emitters, create systems. Okay, so we want to make an emitter first, it looks like. So effects, Niagara emitter, and we'll just say new emitter, directional burst, dynamic beam. These are templates. This is about what I want. This will be speed dots. Okay. So this is where the modules go, I suppose. Okay, so interesting. So rendering happens last, and we're using default sprite material for that. My oven's ready. I'm gonna go put the chicken in. All right, we've got 45 minutes. And then my chicken will be ready. Okay, so emitter update. Particle attributes. Position. What does this one do? Written in a particle stage, it can be read in the particle stages. Oh, particle attributes. Velocity, that's what we're looking for. Now if we zoom in, now they're going a direction. So we do want the box location. Box size, how big is it? So I want this to encapsulate an area, essentially, of our transition 2. So if we add an emitter, speed particles. This would be 450 by 450 by more or less about 1300. And then we'll go ahead and create a new Niagara system. New effects, Niagara system. Oh, create Niagara system. Dope. Okay. Speed dot system. So now if we drop this in here, sick. We want these to be beam particles, I think. So under render, Cool. Obviously not what we're looking for, but it's pretty funny. I turned the ribbons off. Oh, it's showing up on the system. Interesting. So, initialize particle. So would the size be under the sprite render, I guess? I think I want to do sprites. Velocity aligned. Sub-image size. Oh, okay. I want to change the particle size though. Would that be under like the parameters, I guess? Particle settings. Sprite size. Okay, now we're getting there. There we go. We're getting closer. Ah. I don't know why they slow down. Is there like drag here or something? Oh shit. I added this stuff in the system, not under the particle emitter. Sprite size. 1 by like 100. Then under so I'm gonna reset all this stuff. So then under sprite render, this to be velocity aligned. And then we'll set these to a little bit bigger. So maybe like oh, we can turn drag off. There we go. Now we're getting there. Look at that. Yes, if we delete the drag. That's what we're looking for. So sprite size, we can set that to like 3. Hell yeah. I mean, they're going really far. We can just change their lifetime. So that's going to be under... Geez, how long do these survive? Which we don't need to scale the sprite size over time either. Say initialize particle. How long does it last? Lifetime. Just make it like 2 and 3. It's still probably way too long. Nope. So like 1.5, 2 should be pretty good then. So now if we're going through this, sick. And we can make these a little bit longer, I think. And let's change the color as well. So default sprite material. Oh shit, I made them bigger on the system. Hell yeah. And then we'll just make this a little bit wider. So the box location be like 600, 600. Wish I could see the box. I feel like... Oh, which direction are these going? So we have them going 1,000... I don't know if this is actually updating anything. Let's just do one by one. Oh, it is. It definitely is. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I need to keep updating the emitter, not the system. Velocity. Color. Particle's initial color. Ignore the color. Let's see if this uses particle color. It does. So why is it not using my color? There we go. That's what we're looking for. Make these a little bit brighter. Value of 2. Then we can say scale. Excuse me. Shit, I need to make another copy of their emitter to see how they're animating the scale. So they're doing scale sprite size. How do they do that? So maybe we add a track? No. How do they do that? Float from curve. Oh. Scale sprite size. That's not even an option. Did they rename it or something? You can rename these? Jesus Christ. What is this originally? Anyway. Update the sprite size. What's the scale sprite size module? Where did they get that? So they're doing that under update. Vector from curve? Vector 2D from float. Okay, now it's not working at all. Oh, because I'm not playing. I see. Okay, so it is working. So now I just have to update the size. Vector 2D from curve. How do they do that? Yeah, initial sprite size. So we grab that. And then what do we do? Vector 2D from float. Vector 2D from float. That's what they do. Then float from curve. This is so confusing. I don't understand why they made this the default instead of Cascade. Like, I understand you can probably do more complicated things, I guess, but like, holy shit, this interface is bonkers complicated. Like, how do I just take my initial sprite size? And then multiply that by something. Multiply take initial sprite size. Then how do they get the other? This makes no sense to me. How do they get that? Like, there's no option to add anything to this. Oh, we're not. We don't want to set though. Particle update. Let's see what their particle update tab looks like. Oh, okay, so not all the options are over here. This is a dumb interface. Particle update, add, scale, sprite size. There we go. Alright, so 0. I want like a bell curve. Non-uniform curve. we only care about the X value, I think. Maybe Y value? Point 1 by 1. Add a key. 0.9 by 1. Auto. Flatten. Okay, so now they should transition in a little bit cleaner. Oh, it was X that we wanted to... I think it was X that we wanted to animate. Set this to user. Yeah, I want to see what this looks like. Okay, so I need to find a way to make the velocity local. Oh, velocity. Yeah, they're going the same direction regardless of rotation. I need to figure out how to make that local. Oh, you can just click local space. So now we go here and rotate it. Okay, now we're good. We're getting there. I think there's definitely a bug with the speed when you round corners and on the speed ups. I need to figure that one out. So let me play test. I'll go to the map generator and change the until next zone to 1. Alright, so we pause. Player spline. Why is that? Oh, it was just the handle, I guess. This is all part of the same spline. So the question becomes, why does he speed up so much around the corner here? So it feels like it speeds up like significantly. If we look at our player pawn, this is going up. Speed multiplier is going up. He was faster around that corner for some reason. I'm not sure what would be causing that. Let's take a look. In a book, it's reading. I can't say the rest of it or else it's copyright infringement. Speed multiplier, 1.5. We're good there. Follow time 1. So hops to the new curve. It's speeding up. Then like when he gets here, it feels like it speeds up more. Follow time is at 0.5. .8. Let's watch again. He's definitely speeding up around the corner. What the frick? Okay, let's look at this. All right. Every single tick we say, is the follow time for the current curve greater than or equal to 1? If it is, then we're going to set the follow time to 0. And we're going to get the next spline. We're going to destroy the previous spline. And then we're going to branch. We're going to ask, is our player supposed to speed up or not? If they are, we set is speeding up to true. If they aren't, we set is speeding up to false. If speeding up is true, oh, this is okay. Then we're going to set these two variables and end the path right there. If we're not speeding up, and this is all checking when we're switching curves. I have 1 minute left on my chicken, it looks like. Got a beep. I'm gonna go wash some dishes while I think about this. just gotta grab a knife and a drink, and I'll be right back. Okay. Guess I'll watch something on YouTube while I eat dinner. We're now a Reacts channel. Let's see, what is YouTube recommending? It's recommending me. Avatar is a kid's show. It's something like semi-long. Alright, let's see if I, no, if I switch accounts, it might shut down the stream. I'm not sure. Let's see if Jerry has a new video. Ooh, or you could see if Tolarian Community College has a new video and watch some Magic the Gathering stuff. He posted a thing 3 hours ago, though.
The Samsung Galaxy Fold 3. Here we are yet again with Samsung's flagship folding phone. Samsung says they've upgraded several things, like the internal screen durability and something called Armor Aluminum. But even without opening the box, the biggest improvement I see is the packaging. Huge props to Samsung for ditching the plastic. Plastic packaging is usually not recyclable and takes about 450 years to decompose in a landfill, which is crazy. Your plastic bubble wrap or packing material will be around for the next 25 generations. Your 20th great-grandchild will still be able to find everything plastic that you've thrown away still chilling in the dirt, which is pretty gross. Sustainably sourced paper, on the other hand, can be recycled 6 times and decomposes in just 2 to 6 weeks. And more trees get planted to make it. Huge win for everyone, including the planet. Thumbs up to Samsung for making the switch. Let's get started. This new Galaxy Fold 3 starts at $1,800. Pretty expensive for a phone, but this phone is rather unique. Inside the box you get a USB-C cable, but no charging brick. But that's fine, most people already have one, and Anker makes faster chargers and longer cables anyway. I'll leave a link for my channel sponsor Anker down in the description. There are magnets inside of the Galaxy Fold 3, that's kind of towing my lighter across the table. But you didn't come here for the magnetic attraction, you're here for the Mo's action. And it looks like again this year we might see some carnage. The warning list turning on the phone is still a mile long, including no touching the display with a fingernail, only using the specially built S Pen Fold Edition, and dust might cause damage, all while not removing any screen protectors. Samsung makes it seem like this Fold 3 needs to be handled with white gloves in a clean room, but we'll see how true all that is. The Fold 3 is very similar in appearance to the Fold 2 and Fold 1, with a small gap between the folded screens, and a wedge shape when closed. I imagine the gap helps keep the screen from creasing too tight, and to help keep the two screens from rubbing up against each other when it's closed. Let's start the scratch test. The Fold 3 has 2 screens. The exterior front-facing screen does come with a removable screen protector. At least I hope this one comes off. The Mohs scale of hardness helps us differentiate between different materials, like plastic, which scratches at a level 2 or 3, glass, which scratches at 5 or 6, and sapphire, which scratches at a level 8 or 9. Samsung says they're using Gorilla Glass Victus on both the front and back of the Fold 3, and that matches up perfectly with our scratches at level 6 with deeper grooves at level 7. The same slab of Victus glass is up protecting the 10 megapixel front-facing camera. It's as scratch resistant as the rest of the front screen. Opening the phone while the camera is on transitions us to the much larger screen in the center, along with the hidden under-screen camera up on the top right. We've seen under-screen cameras before with the Axon 20 and the Axon 30, and it looks like Samsung also has that super low resolution pixel grouping above the camera that we saw in the first generation Axon 20. They're about a year behind. The pixels turn off when the front-facing camera is activated, then the pixels turn back on when the front camera is off. And honestly, it's not that bad. The halo around my studio lights is minimal. The camera itself is only 4 megapixels, but since there are literally 4 other nicer cameras to choose from on this same device, it's really not that big of a deal. And pretty cool that Samsung is trying something new. I'm all for it. Samsung has said that with this Fold 3, their middle screen is 80% more durable than last year's, which would be pretty impressive. The Mohs scale of hardness isn't the best scale to use on different levels of plastic. No matter what plastic it is, it'll all fall between level 2 or 3. We would need something like a Shore durometer to fine-tune that scale and see if the hardness levels actually improve between generations. Because as of right now, we're still getting scratches at level 2 with deeper grooves at level 3. And once again, my fingernail is still able to leave very noticeable marks on the surface. The display underneath the plastic might be 80% more durable, but it's still very soft on the surface, which is just something to keep in mind. The more we know what to avoid, the longer the phone will last and stay in good shape during its lifespan. The front camera is also tucked underneath this soft plastic layer and could get scratched, all 4 megapixels of it. Samsung has created a special Fold Edition S Pen stylus for this Fold 3, with a special spring-loaded tip to help relieve the pressure on the surface of the screen. It's a pretty strong spring inside. Pressing the tip of the stylus onto the screen, it does leave a slight indentation onto the plastic. I'm only pressing about 50% of the spring's capacity. It's not fully locked out. And even at 50%, this is probably pressing harder than most people will ever be drawing with the S Pen. Wiping off the display, it's pretty impossible to re-find the marks I was making, so I would say that the S Pen is indeed safe to use on the screen. S Pen yes, fingernails no. Inside of the S Pen are some interesting things. We have the lower half of the pen with its removable and replaceable tip, along with the coil of copper wires that let the digitizers under the folding display sense where the S Pen is at, even while it's hovering above the surface of the screen. The top half of the pen is where we find the spring, along with a pretty beefy magnet. Another thing Samsung talked about in their launch event was the Armor aluminum. And I'm not sure what aspects of the aluminum are armored though, since it appears to scratch about the same as most other aluminum phones out there. The power button doubles as a fingerprint scanner, and the volume rocker is made from metal. The oval of plastic up here is probably for the 5G antenna, but we'll have to check that during the teardown. Folding the phone shut, we can scratch both top halves of the phone at the same time. We have a few microphones and a loudspeaker up here. We get some more aluminum on the hinge of the phone, along with some inlaid Samsung lettering, the same as last year. You can peel it out if you really want to, but it probably won't ever fall out on its own. Down at the bottom of the phone, we get our USB-C port and the second stereo loudspeaker. And over here on the last of the 6 sides we haven't tested yet, we have the SIM card tray, which has room for 1 SIM card and no expandable memory. All of these things we've kind of come to expect from the Galaxy Fold series of phones. One thing I did not see coming this year though was water resistance. This guy is IPX8. The X means it's not dust proof, which is why I currently have a lot of dust in my hand. You might be asking, hey Jerry, how can a phone be water resistant but not dust resistant? Well, rumor is that Samsung has coated the internal circuits with an oleophobic coating. The coating can repel water without having to be watertight. Pretty cool technology, since it would probably be pretty difficult to plug up all the gaps and holes on a folding phone, which has all those gears inside the spine. We'll have to check out the oleophobic coating during the teardown. With rocks, dirt, and dust spilling out of both ends, I think it's pretty safe to say that this is reasonably the most dirt a Fold could ever anticipate encountering in real life. We'll open and close it a few more times for good measure. So Surprisingly though, the hinge is still as silent as the day it was made. No rocks, dust, or dirt is captured inside. Not sure if Samsung is still doing that internal bristle thing or not, just another thing we'll have to check during the teardown. But so far the dust resistance is pretty impressive. I wouldn't take it to the beach or the job site of course, but it's nice to know that it's not going to fall apart with the first speck of dust it encounters.
I'm eating dinner.
The back glass is textured Gorilla Glass Victus, and for the rear camera units we have a 12 megapixel telephoto, 12 megapixel main sensor, and 12 megapixel ultra wide. Easy to remember when they're all the same and all protected by glass. Making our way around to the front screen, we see it's a 6.2-inch dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120Hz refresh rate. After about 14 seconds, the screen does go black, and the pixels kind of glow a dark red.
Okay, now I can get back to work. I just had to get some food in me, you know? Okay. So I need to figure out why. Set up next odds. Interesting. Ugh. Okay. Excuse me. So what I'm trying to figure out is it appears as though the player is speeding up a whole lot more around the corners after he speeds up rather than speeding up throughout the speed up segment. I'm trying to figure out why that is. Because it appears as though my logic is pretty sound. So here's where it starts speeding up. Okay, player pawn. So watch, the speed multiplier and the speed multiplier for every tick, this is how fast this is how much he's moving every tick, I guess. Okay, so this is animating correctly. Follow time is going up, speed is going up. It doesn't feel like he's speeding up like though until he gets to this corner. Watch. Okay, it didn't do it that time. Weird. What's going on? I'm gonna change the speed increment to 5 just to see how this plays out. So he's going. Let's pay attention now. So you need to select the player pawn. So as soon as he switches segments, it's like right when he hits the end, right here, he speeds up more. I'm trying to figure out why that is. And then he's gonna slow down right here a little bit. And then this is gonna break really soon when he's going too fast to go through collisions. Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out why it appears as though he's going faster around corners than just in general. Okay, so how many segments? This should be 12 for the piece count. Let's do some math here. So if we do notepad, we do 1.881696 for the multiplier. What is this one? Speed multiplier spline. So we have 1.881696 over 12. It's about 0.15. Over 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1.881696 over 17. Yeah, that gives us about, that gives us the exact correct answer. Why does it feel like he's going so fast around that corner, though? I'm gonna pay attention to this and see if it leaps. So every time he hits a new segment, it goes the correct speed for that segment. Let's see. It does seem like it leaps at the end, right? I can't tell. Yeah, it totally does. Why? Is there like an overlap thing there? What am I missing? Let me check the corners and see if there's something weird there. Because it feels like as soon as he hits the corner is when weird shit happens. Corner segment. viewport. So you do have the overlap box, but what does that do when you overlap? Generate zone. We don't do anything with the speed there though. I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out. Because the segment piece count, the segment piece count is changing when you hit the corner. That's what it is. And we're changing that on every tick. So we just need the local piece count. And then we need to do this up here only once. That should fix it. Yeah, that should do it. Because if we look at the map generator, piece count changes as soon as the new piece is generated, I believe. So it's 13 right now. Now it's 17. So now he's gonna speed up and not whip around the corner. So it's using the local piece count instead of nice. We did find an error with it. Nice. That was tough. Sometimes just going through step by step the logic can help solve it. Okay, continuing. We can mark that off the list. We kind of learned Niagara. I'll say learned Niagara basics. And let me see if my package has been delivered yet. I need to run down to the mail if it has. Dude, I don't think my mail is coming today. What the fuck? Is my mail person just dumb as shit? First of all, they delivered my package to the wrong mailbox yesterday, which means I'm never gonna get it. And G Fuel is a bitch about customer service. Their customer service is trash. So I'm never gonna see that package because USPS is incompetent. And now they said this was supposed to be delivered by like 3 this afternoon, and it's 6:45, so this is not coming in today. Why are they so bad at their jobs? Anyway, that works now. What else do I need to accomplish today? Or what else would I like to accomplish? This is stuff that I'm not prepared to tackle quite yet. Now that I have this working though, I do want to play test. So player pawn, put the speed increments. Also, I don't know what a good speed increment is. I don't know what feels like you're actually speeding up. Maybe you set it to like 0.5. Then let me turn off this. So it won't auto press the start button anymore. And then let me look at the transition and see how these particles look. Oh, we need to add another door to the transition. So for that, we can just add door distance 2. And here we're going to want to duplicate our doors. And figure out where to place how these fit. I can't tell if that's correct or not. I'm gonna take a look at the top. Oh yeah, close enough. If it's within the groove. Nope. Make these open like 10 more centimeters. Because, yeah, they totally could. What's up, banana? I can make those particles longer too. And more of them. I don't know. Let's get this door opening. So let's look at our event graph. Speed up text activate. So we have this running on tick. And we're gonna add player door distance 2. That'll be another float. And we can just add a sequence to this. So this calculates door distance 1. This calculates door distance 2. And software's about to crash again. All right, we got door distance 2. This will be I'm gonna have to restart the software because it's not getting my menus. This is frustrating working like this. I don't know what causes this. I have to find that blueprint again. Here we are. So we get the world location except for Z, which is up and down. To get the distance between these, the head and the door distance 2. We get the length of that. And we ask, is this less than 720? If it is, then we start setting locations. I don't really want to make new location variables though. I really only care about the X location. So we're going to do some split struct pins here. So for door left 1, we're going to get relative location. Split the struct pin. Break all links. Break all links. Split these struct pins. This is going to look a lot more convoluted, but it's going to save us the work of having to make additional variables. Worth it? Who knows? So for this, we want to grab the Y and the Z from the door itself and only update the X. And then do the same over here. Except for the right door. Get relative location. Relative location means relative to the object rather than relative to the world, which is what the world location or rotation would be. Break, break, split, 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 split. X goes to X, X goes to X, everything else goes to everything else. Like so. And that should work. Let's give it a test. Let's give it the good old whirl. Not quite what we're looking for. Oh, we want... Shit. Whoops. Okay, yeah, we need to make a new variable. Player door distance 2. Somebody blocked Epic Games on your email and logged you out. You either got hacked or someone got onto your PC. Or they were... just doing something secure. Can you log back in? Like you're locked out, you can't get in, period. You logged back in? Yeah, you should be fine then. I would update your password though. Okay, that should be working. That should straight up be working. So we say door distance 2. Did I not? Oh, that explains a lot. Whoops. Third time's a charm. Have I tried 12 minutes? I have not. Don't know what that is. Okay. Worked, but buggy. Also, has my package been delivered yet, or are they dirty fucking rotten liar? Dirty rotten fucking liars! Anyway, let's figure out what's going on here. So, door distance 2 is this arrow. Should be right there. Cool, cool, cool. We're getting the world location of that and the world location of the... There will be a sound effect when I'm done, of course. There's like no sound design for this mode at all yet. I'm just trying to get the game working first. Yeah, there will be like a kind of speed up sound effect. Eventually. So we're getting the door distance 2's world location, the X and Y of it, the X and Y location of the current player, And we're subtracting the 2, grabbing the length of that vector, and we're setting that to player door distance 2. Then we're asking, is player door distance 2 less than 720? Because that was just like the distance that we decided on. Then we lerp based on player door distance. First door works fine. Why does this not work? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I didn't completely replace. Yeah, that's on me. Then we do the locations. Yep, that's on me. I didn't update the variables in all the locations. I was still using the old variable. Now it should work. It works. Cool. Man. Cool, man. Give me a second. All right. I'm gonna need music for the game in general. And I'm gonna need like sound effects and stuff. Eventually. What else do I want to work on today? Don't really know what to do about scoring yet. Other than I want it to be like time survived. Let's see if we can use math to make the doors ease in and out when they open. Different graph equations. I really just want my package. Bet they stole it. Yeah, I need to figure out what I want to work on next. We finished everything kind of early for the day. Where do I want to go from here? Suppose I could take a break. One thing we can do. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. So I'm playing Animal Crossing every day. I log in most days. Weekends I don't really care about because Gulliver can't show up on the weekends and the art guy can't show up on the weekends. I just care about getting the gold shovel and all of the rest of the art. Speed up. Oh wait, I know what I can do. We can do some effects.
Hello. Speed up. Speed up.
let's get this right.
Speed up. 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 Not bad. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up.
What if there was just like a menacing laugh whenever you speed up? It's just like that would be like a fun Halloween update.
Speed up. Speed up.
Speed up.
Speed up.
Speed up.
Speed up.
Speed up.
Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Too much reverb. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up. Speed up.
I'll get something that works eventually. God, I just want my package that hasn't shown up yet. I can make you punch pumpkins to finish the game first, maybe next year. I originally, when I first released the game, I really wanted to do like holiday updates in general, like Christmas updates and things like that, but just nobody cared about the game when I released it, so I kind of lost interest as well and got kind of burnt out. Story of my life and everything I try. So I need to figure out what I want to work on next, because we're kind of got everything done that I wanted to today. Fixed the speed up, added some particles, learned how to use Niagara kind of. Kind of like bare minimum basics. We added the speed up text, we added the start text. Got the difficulty scaling working. That's good progress for a day. I do need to figure out scoring and how I want to handle that, but I haven't really thought about that. One, where do I want to put the score on the user's view without obstructing their view? Where? Yeah. Guess I could also put it on the wrist. Gotta think about this. 'Cause you like on a typical game, you have like UI elements, like in the upper left-hand corner, lower left-hand corner, upper right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner, center, lower, whatever. You have these text elements that go over the screen. In VR, you don't have that. You have to figure out where to put them in a way that the player can see them, but in a way that it won't obstruct the game. Can you not throw it in the corner? Corner of where? There's no screen. Like you're in the tunnel. So it's not like putting it in the corner of a screen or something. You put it in the corner of their vision and it just follows their head, then that obstructs their view on some things. I don't know. Also, it's difficult when you're in VR if you put something static in the corner of your vision because it'll be in your peripheral vision. Then you try to move your head to look at it, but it'll move with your head. So it'll always be in your peripheral unless you like move your eyes down. But then that section of a VR lens is blurry. And to figure out like a good place to put it. Put it on like your wrist, I guess, either wrist. And right arm could be health bar, left arm could be score. Because right now, but I do need to account for the fact that people are going to be playing with different fists. Because there are different unlockable hands you can use in the game, and some of them are different sizes. So that's tough. Why did I do this to myself? But what I'm doing for the health bar right now is this like yellow energy bar that wraps around and depletes as you play. Well, we could try to add death death to the game. Need to figure out how to use UMG. Have a rail that goes along the top and have a screen hanging from the rail that just goes in front of you for the whole time. It's an interesting thought. By the way, I want to say, like, when I play devil's advocate here, I'm not dissing your ideas at all. I'm just explaining why they wouldn't work in this context. I think I really appreciate the ideas. The problem with that is if we take a look at this. Oh wait, I don't have it set to auto hit the start button. A lot of the problem is a lot of the obstacles are these doors that you have to duck under. So the problem there is that the thing hanging down from a rail above you would collide with the door geometry. But originally what I had done, the original idea I had was having like a little like screen that was attached to the little transport thing you're on. That was the original thing I did. But I don't want to obstruct the player view too much. You know? We could always just put it fairly low. On the cart, so they can just glance down to look at their score anytime they want. God, that looks good. Also need to figure out why this is bugging out. I'll think about it. Yeah, so open recent. I wonder if I still transport. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the original thing I had was like this screen right here. And it would be like player height. It just takes up too much space. Of course, there were also buttons originally that you were gonna press on the cart, like, to do things. This game mode has changed a whole lot. Wait, is this animated? Oh, it is. Wow. God, this has changed so much since I started it. Can I please have my package? Ugh. Okay, we go to the 31st this month. Wrist idea is the best option. This is one place to easily put it for now. I really need to think about how I want to handle this in the, like, in general. The scoring, the death, leaderboards. I need to learn how to use UMG at some point. UMG stands for Unreal Motion Graphics. It's what you use for typical interface stuff, like health bars and the such, and scores. But you can animate things in UMG to make it look really nice. Potentially. Yeah, I think I'm all. What's so special about my package? It was expensive. It's this. It's a card. It's a magic card, but it's an expensive magic card. It also has this one in it as well. So here we got it working. Just need to figure out how I want to handle enemy difficulty scaling. Like so I think like the max amount, like the max percent of enemy pieces should be like 50%. Like half the pieces are things you have to duck or dodge would be the maximum. Maybe start out at 25% and increase by 5% every time you hit a zone. This is gonna take play tuning, I guess. But let's start out by just making it pieces you duck under, because I want different art for the ones that you dodge left and right, because otherwise the card collides with it. So let's start with the doors. So duck. Looks about correct. Let's take a look at our map generator. So right now it starts at like 25%. For enemies. Okay, now it should only be duck obstacles. So the speed up is obviously too frequent. Let's fix that. Then I'm gonna have to do some manual work to figure out which enemy map it's using. So right, we will start the game with, hey, you're only gonna duck under some doors. Then each zone will add a couple enemies until it's added all of them in. We could potentially randomize which enemies get added at which point in time. Pick from like a list. All right, let's change the speed increment to like 0.25, so it's half of what it just was, and then let's go back to the map generator and say until next zone, start that out at 3, and then find where that gets set. Oh. Oh. I see. I exposed those. Then we can go to our game mode. We need to set up a death event. So when you die, it takes you back to the start of the game, but a little bit different without the start button. It'll have your score and such. Sorry for the lack of talking. I have like thoughts going through my mind. So what I want is figure out how this is set up. Blueprints. Open game mode. So we have logic for the start screen. We need logic for the death screen. I have this set up as an enum, enumerator. I'm also gonna keep refreshing my package page. Trying to figure out why the fuck they said this is delivered when it's not. So if the game is playing, we ask if the energy is active, and then if it is, then we set the player energy. We just constantly interpolate from 100 down to 0. And if it's less than or equal to 0, then we need to make a death event. So if energy is left, oh, death event. Set game state to death screen. Set energy active to no. Destroy map event. Where is that called? The delegate. Reset the location. Does this already work? Spawn death screen. Does this already work? Did I already do this forever ago? Dude, I'm just gonna see if this even works. Okay, there is a death event in place. It is not the correct death event. We do not have a correct death event. Whoops. Okay, so call delegate. So how does this work? So maybe under call segment. Okay. Bind to destroy map event. Should we do this for the corner as well? We do. Do this for the transitions as well. We do not. Oh, I need a current game mode. Cast to... Wrote that to a variable and call this current game mode. And that should compile. Okay. I just needed to make sure everything gets destroyed when the map gets destroyed. So under the game mode, we do want to set the game state to death screen. That is correct. Then we also want to destroy the map. That's correct. We want to set the player location to back to 0. And after this, oh, no, this is correct. Okay, so our dude is... Our player character is following the spline on pick. And we don't want him to be trying to follow a spline that doesn't exist when we destroy the map. So under our player character, we need to add a new boolean called isDying. Then go to our tick event. Wait, did somebody like drop something on my door? Right back. Alright, I thought I heard a bang. But I guess not. Okay, so we only want to follow the spline if we are not dying in the process of dying. Also, let's make the energy deplete a lot faster so we don't have to sit around and wait for testing purposes. This is another difficulty scaler we could add though. Make the energy deplete faster over time. I think I want to handle this because if I regenerate the tunnel on death, how many magic cards do I have? Oh geez, a whole lot. More than I can count, realistically. Most of them are bulk commons and uncommons, though. So I guess we don't ever reset the do once. I guess just on death? Will generate the new tunnel. We'll just pretty much do this every time we die. So first things first, when we die, we set is dying to true. So it won't be following the spline. Then we destroy the map. Then we generate the start screen. Then what happens when we do that? I'm gonna restart the engine because it's bugging out again. So we reset our position, we generate the start screen, and we set is dying. I don't think this will completely work, but it's worth the shot to test it to see how far this gets us. Oh, not quite. Oh man, this might be too much for me to mentally deal with right now. I don't think this is getting delivered today. I'm gonna take like a quick 10-minute break to go use the restroom and run down and check my mail just to see if anything came. I'll be back though. I do want to get this done tonight. And nothing. Nothing at all. I had to run up 3 flights of stairs. I think I have the least competent USPS person out of all of them. I catch my breath. I just like jolted up those stairs. Okay, back to work here. I realized I don't have to test this in VR. I can just test it in regular. All I have to do is go to my player character and turn this back on. So it'll automatically press the start button after 3 seconds. So now I can just watch and see what happens when it dies. So I can pay attention to what's being spawned and what's happening and all that bullshit. Cool. So there we are. It's trying to follow the spline, but it didn't create the new map segment. So let's set follow time to 0. And then set the spline to whatever is generated from the start screen. Okay, where is it spawning the start screen? That's what I want to know. So then we can set spline. So we're getting follow spline objects we're looking for. Let's see what happens. Should be dying pretty soon. We need to add the energy pods for the destruction. So when we die, we set is dying to true. Here, let's speed up the health depletion as well. Double that so it goes faster. The amount of backtracking I have to do every fucking time the software makes me reboot it is really frustrating. It's like right now, I'm looking for the bindings for the destroy map event, and it's being no bitch. Now those should at least get destroyed when the map destroys. I just need to figure out why it's not generating the new map. So generate start screen. Spawn before pieces. Like that should be the very first thing that happens in the game. Is it actually getting called? Here, let's it did, yeah. It's like the first thing that happens. So let's see if this happens again. When he dies. So when we generate the start screen, we spawn pieces. We spawn a player spline. Set that to the current spline object. Clear the spline points, add the spline points. Spawn start screen segment. This should be happening. So player pawn, game mode, on death, want to reset the variables and generate the start screen. Then after we generate the start screen, we get the current spline object. But I don't think it's ever making it this far. Here, let's play and see what happens. See if this flashes orange ever. Should die pretty fast. Never gets called. Is none of this getting called? Because it is destroying the map. Not getting called at all. But it does destroy the map. Here, let's add breakpoint. Right there. Destroys the map. Here, let's add a breakpoint here. It's supposed to be generating the start screen right now. Question is, why not? Delay 0.2 seconds, see what happens. I wonder if it's destroying, if it's in the process of calling the destroy event while it's trying to generate the new one. I wonder if that's what's happening. Okay, right there. Resume. No, we delayed and it's still is not generating it. What's up, Metal Nation? Spawn 3 tunnels for looping start screen. So we create some instance pieces, we create a corner segment. It should be creating all this. Just seeing my handsomeness, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get this working. How's life been, man? Player spline. So we create a spline, set that to the current spline. Begin play, oh. We're destroying the map generator. I don't think we want to do that. So it should get to its breakpoint again soon here. Okay, breakpoint, resume. Okay, now it's generated the map because we actually have a map generator here. But one girl you're with didn't end well. Oh, yikes. I'm sorry, man. Okay, we don't want to reset the location of the player pawn. We want to reset the location of so we want to skip setting the location since the pawn is attached to an object. And this should work now. I'm sorry, man. Dating's hard. I don't get it either. Resume, resume. And we're back where we started. Sick. You heard her brother got into a four-wheeler accident and is probably paralyzed. Jesus Christ. Wow. That's pretty big. Okay, this works now. Now I just need to reset some other things when you die. Rather be dead than paralyzed from the neck down. Same. Definite same. Huh. Why is my male person so fucking incompetent? Like, okay, so this says it was supposed to be delivered today. Like, yesterday it said it was supposed to be delivered next Monday, like on the 30th. So, like, I'm fine with it being delivered on Monday. That's totally fine. Don't move the delivery day up and then have that be a total fucking lie. Like, what's the point in that? You just made me angrier. Like, I was fine with it coming on the 30th, but now I'm mad because they said it was coming today and it didn't. Alright, so we have a transition to game event here, but we need to figure out what we're doing with the fog. Wait, where's the transition to game? Was that under game mode? Wish you could still be there for her. You tried reaching out just to simply see how she's doing and she ended up blocking you. Girls do that. For some reason, they would rather just block someone and ghost them than just fucking talk to them like an adult. It's easier just to block your problems. It's really immature. Where was that? Was that another player pawn? Okay, now it should be good. Cool. So I'm gonna set the energy to 100, game time to 0. Get player pawn. Oh, we can just grab it. Set the speed increment to 1.5. It's a pretty good starting value, I think. Oh, right. I want to change the speed of this back down to like 5. I had it at 2 originally. It's really slow. So then we want to take damage. And we'll set that to, let's say, you have to get hit 5 times to die. It's pretty generous, I think. I'm gonna make this a Boolean branch. Auto start. Expose that. So I can just make it a checkbox. Untangling the cord. Okay, it's not resetting the speed. Oh, my controllers are almost out of battery. Oh, man. I think I'm just gonna end right there. I've been working on this. God, we've been live for 8 hours. That's like a whole work day. I got a lot done tonight. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end the stream there. I'll see y'all soon. I'm gonna try to keep streaming Game Dev a lot more often. Just weeknights and stuff. First, oh, you just showed up. Oh, I was about to end. Do I have to keep going since you showed up? Been going for 8.5 hours. I do need to reset the player's speed when they're at the new tunnel though. So let's go ahead and do that. Which I think all I have to do, I do reset the variables. Speed current 1.5. Oh, I changed speed increment to 1.5. Wrong thing. I need to change. Speed multiplier. Okay, let's see if that works. I think it works, but I'm not sure. Because I didn't speed up at all. Can't tell if it's working. I need to change how fast the energy depletes. Five is too fast. Okay. The speed reset works. Y'all have a good day or good night.